you All right. Hi, everybody. Hi, Blue. I have to compliment myself. Oh dear. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. There's a lot of things I think I could pick. A lot of them are pretty basic though. Uh, Actually, let me get some music on. I wanted to hang out for a little bit before we get too into it. Okay, make sure it's playing for you guys. There we go. I had to find some music that would actually have volume. Oh my god, hi Teef. Is your stream already over? Why are you here? What are you doing here? Get out of here. You're streaming. At least I think you are. You're not? I'm checking right now. Okay. That was just for your little announcement. I'm looking forward to your big reveal. It'll be fun. It's like 2 weeks out, right? Hey, Tailgater. Doing pretty good. Up for this, back to bed. You got up just to pull? That's crazy. But thank you, Leah. 2 weeks, 2 weeks. I'm gonna try to be there. I'm gonna try. I can't promise nothing because my memory is awful. And it also depends on when you do it, because I normally stream these nights. So unless you invite me to something, there's a very good chance I'll be busy. If you remind me the week before, I might move my schedule around. Sleepy meds? Yeah. That's okay. Have a good night, Leah. Compliment my left pinky? I can't. I literally can't do that, phone. I have nothing good to say about it. It'll be an all-day thing. At least 12 hours. All right. Well, if you need collab stuff around the time that I'm usually available, I'll happy to be there. We could do something, I'm sure, if that's what you want to do. But at least 12 hours. I can definitely be there for some of it. So, phone, you might not know this. My pinkies are short. Both of them. They're small. They're tiny. They're little things. They're not useful for anything. In fact, they get in the way. You see, when I put gloves on, right? If I get knitted gloves or something from the store, I put them on, and then there's this little flap at the very end. Because there's like, I don't know, probably a good centimeter and a half of pinky that just isn't there. Like, they're just short. They're not really short, they're just short. And it's a bit of a problem. Because nothing fits my hands. The only thing that it is convenient for is for when you don't want to have a pinky. Then roast it. That's what I'm doing right now. It's a useless vestigial thing that I don't need. That just gets in the way. The only purpose it serves in my entire life is pressing the control key on the keyboard. It has been relegated to that. It's perfectly functional. It looks normal, to be clear. Like, it doesn't, like, I didn't do something to it. I was born this way. The knuckle is offset back by that, like, centimeter and a half that's missing from the pinky. The whole entire digit, it's like, it just, got shifted back a little bit. So I don't know what the name of the bones are in your hand, but that bone in the hand seems to be short, so the rest of the finger is also shorter to compensate. Not really to compensate, just as a result. Hi, U-turn. Welcome in. It's bullshit, honestly. Like, it drives me nuts. Gloves are cool, right? Style wise, right? Gloves look cool. They look bad on me because I have little itty bitty flaps on both my hands, my pinkies. There's little flaps. They get caught on things. It looks stupid. It's awful. It's the worst. So I don't really care for my pinkies. That said, I have encountered people in my life who find them very disgusting, and I find that very funny because there is nothing wrong with them. The knuckle is just slightly further back in the hand. That is it. Everything else is normal. But they're like, ah! Like I showed them, I don't know, something disgusting, messed up. But I could torment them with it because what are they going to do? Say I'm harassing them with my pinky? Too bad. Seems like a skill issue on their part. Yeah. No, it's just it's just annoying that it doesn't, work out. Actually, I had that problem when I was at a, what would you call it? Like a little community range day. I was trying out different handguns, and one of the issues I noticed with the grip, my grip on them, is I don't get as much leverage out of a wider grip. So like Glocks, for instance, especially like the larger, like a 45, they don't fit my hand very well. They fit everything else just fine. It's just my pinky doesn't get any leverage on the very bottom. Like it can't get around enough to grip it. And so I experience a lot more recoil. It's a lot less manageable in the hand. And I was like, wow, that sucks. I need a slim handgun if I was to buy one. Like, oh. You asked Sophia if she wanted to take a picture today. Yeah. Did she say yes? But yeah, no, it's frustrating, but it's just how I was born. So, I mean, if that's the worst like physical defect I have that I was born with, I think I'm doing okay. Not a complaint, but well, I mean, I guess it is a complaint. It's really just an endorsement for fingerless gloves. I love fingerless gloves or mittens because mittens don't care how long your pinky is. Doesn't matter. So I really like those ones where they have like the flip over mitten that covers the fingerless gloves. Those are very nice. They're not perfect, but like in the winter, it's a lot easier to use. Worth noting as well, the extra like flappy bit on the gloves gets really bad when you have like a really thick glove, like a snow glove. That gets in the way of a lot more things. Makes it more difficult to do a lot of stuff. Awesome, happy to hear that, Tailgater. Yeah, so I had to compliment myself. That was the other thing. Blue had, yeah. Oh, Blue, making me do difficult things. Whenever I do these, I try not to just use something bog standard. So let's think about this. Something worth complimenting about. That's the tough part. I would pick something like honesty, but I don't think that that's something actually worth mentioning. I feel like that should be standard. Like that you should just expect that of people, that they're honest with you and they're straightforward. At least when it matters. So let's not do that one. Let's think. I do think I have a pretty good way of approaching topics that are difficult, generally speaking. I think that's something worth picking out, in that despite my horrific anxiety and fears around confrontation, I still can do it, and I do. And it usually goes rather well. Probably in part because I worry about it so much, and I make sure that I don't say it the wrong way, and I don't unintentionally offend somebody. It still happens, but less than if I just kind of went off the cuff on those sorts of things. So I think I'm pretty good at managing difficult situations, I suppose, would be my self compliment. I think I do okay. Thank you, Tailgater. Um, there's probably other things that I could like pick out, but again, they're like the bog standard stuff, the things that you could say about most people. You know, oh, they're honest, they're nice, they're kind. You know, they treat people with respect. Yeah, I would hope everybody does all those things. To be blunt, I mean, it's not bad that someone does those things, but you know, bare minimum around here. Yeah, just my opinion. So you know, try to pick out the things that are really setting someone apart when you go to compliment. I think it does more. Sometimes you can't do that because someone's just a good person, but you know you don't know them well enough, or you haven't seen certain sides of them, and that's fine. But you know, maybe if that's all you think about someone, maybe you should know them more. Maybe you'll learn something you can compliment about them. Kind of a headache today. I'm happy to hear that, Tailgater. Um, okay. I think that's the way. Anybody else anything? Let's see. Teef gets a question. Teef, do you have a question for me? Got anything? Okay, Leah didn't get anything. Oh, can I get yeah, I think that was everything. And I had a few minutes to think about that compliment too, and it still took me a while. Hi, Paige. Welcome in. Don't mind the excessive delay. That'll happen on YouTube. But yeah, hi. Oh, Hello Kitty girl or goth femboy. What am I picking here? Do I have to pick someone to like take on a date, or do I have to like pick someone to have as my friend, or what am I picking here, Teef? What are the options? What am I deciding between? For dating, Hello Kitty girl, for sure. For sure. That's not even a hard choice. Hello Kitty is cool. Also, girl. If you flipped girl and boy on that one, I would just flip my choices because girl. But I like both of those things. We'll do Tailgater. How was my day, Paige? My day was pretty good. Pretty good. I was very productive, actually. I managed to get a bunch of stuff sorted out that I've been putting off for a little bit. Long story short, we have to bag all of our cardboard here. It's very annoying. But that's what I had to spend most of my day doing. I tend to like just kind of pile up boxes in a empty corner of the apartment for a few months, and then when it's like, yeah, that'll be a bag or two of garbage, I'll just break them all down, cut them up, throw them in bags, take that out. Uh, did some cleaning. What else? What else? I did get a commission put in for a friend. That's top secret, though. I can't share too many details. It's supposed to be a surprise. And I worked. That was about it. How about you? How about everybody? How's everybody's day going? Teef, was your little announcement everything you thought it would be? Hmm? So that's a great question for chat. Chat, would you date the Hello Kitty girl or the goth femboy? I think that's a great question. The support I have, including you supporting me, is amazing right now. So thank you. Oh, thank you, Tailgater. you've been supporting me as well. I appreciate it. Dami Mommy is such a great choice. That's a solid one right there. That's not even really my thing, but like I can't fault any guy who like wants that. I get it. I understand. It's not my first choice, but like I get it, bro. I get it. 100%. I understand. Waiting for your friend to go live. Cool, cool, cool. I feel like that's how a lot of us spend half our lives anymore. On TikTok? Oh yeah. I forget that you can even go live on there. I thought about doing that, but it's more internet than I can spare. Between streaming to Twitch and YouTube, it's just I'm over capacity already, basically. I say as I look up and I see the bitrate drop. That's not good. Okay, I'm not dropping frames at least. That's good. Hoping that survives. Scary. Anyway, I do have some things to yap about before we actually get started. Okay, how do I frame this for anyone newer? So I've talked quite a bit on here about the fascinating difference there is in experience. Send it to you. Yeah, feel free page. You can send it to me over on TikTok. 5 time. You're very happy. Nice. Happy to hear that, Teef. You have a surprisingly active chat for how would I put this? How do I not be mean to Teef? For what the apparent investment that you've put into streaming, Teef, I feel like you do really well with chat and everything. I'm sure that's mostly your personality, you know, coming through and working its magic, but just saying, like, you've done pretty good. Thank you, Paige. I'll check it out. Anyway, what I was gonna say was, I've talked a lot about like the difference in the experience as being, you know, a guy who presents as a guy and considers himself a man, I guess, in this space. And I've talked a lot about how I can't believe Tate called me. I did not. I just said you don't seem to put in as much as some other people I know in terms of like your overall time and effort and like the level of commitment and all that, and you still do really well, which is good. That's a good thing. I'm saying you have a strong personality. Sorry. Anyway, so the difference there and how it relates to being almost like one-to-one. Present yourself as a man, but then there's me, which is gooner bait. I wouldn't call you gooner bait, Suga. But there's a lot of parallels just in any female dominated space, woman dominated, however you want to phrase it. Where you're either, as a guy, going to be a wildly outperforming or nothing. Like that is kind of how it is. Because you're either up there, and that's how it is in beauty as far as I can tell. Especially as a straight guy. Like extra 100%. Like I've talked to obviously a lot of people who are in the industry. My sister was a hairdresser. And so for a very long time, I was learning about it. Then I went into it and met all the people, talked to a bunch of people. Like I think one of our teachers owned a salon. The other one obviously had worked in, you know, the beauty industry for decades. And from talking to everyone, it was basically, yeah, like if you do well as the straight guy, just because you stand out so much, you can go to the top. But like everyone's going to expect that that's what you're going to do. That's the part they didn't tell you outright, but like that's the implication is they expect you to be the best for some reason, which is such a strange expectation. Like, I'm coming in here and I'm like, yeah, I've never held a curling iron in my life, aside from maybe moving it, you know, in a bathroom or something. I've never used one. I don't know what I'm doing. And they're like, oh, yeah, he's going to be number one. Like, holy shit, the expectations. And I'm not talking about number one in the class. I'm talking like number one in the state or something. Like, the expectations are wild. And I was held to that standard. So I kind of get it. Tejas Thybate, I do. And like, I understand where all of that comes from, and that's fine. I ended up dropping out of beauty school because after 2 years, I was like, I literally can't meet the standard. And I know that it's going to stay that way throughout the industry. Like, it's, for one, it's not a very high paying industry. So there wasn't a ton of incentive to stick around anyway. But like, seeing how I was treated there, knowing that was just going to carry on, right? And I wasn't going to be one of those, you know, top 10 people. It wasn't going to happen. There's no way. I wasn't that into it in the first place, you know? I didn't hate it, but I didn't love it like that. So that was never going to happen. So I kind of get it. And I know that the reason that the way that is essentially, it's really going to be hard as a straight guy to just work in a regular old salon. Because I'm going to have to talk to women coming in every day to get their hair done and stuff. And it's not the keeping a client that would be the hard part, right? It would be getting the client, getting them to pick you. When they walk in, they'd probably be like, oh, give me her and her or her or her. They wouldn't want the guy, especially not the guy who does average work. It's just, no, they just don't. They're not going to be about it. It's weird. It's different. All those things. So, okay, fine. You know, I get it. Cool. VTubing seems to have like a similar thing going on. Not as severe, thankfully. Not even close. But it is very existent, where it's a woman-dominated space. Most of the people who come into it, you know, they want women. They come in, where's the cute women? And they find me and they're like, is that a cute woman? They click on me and they go, oh, that's not a cute woman. No, it's not. And that's true. I can't argue with that if that's what you're here for. I mean, that's just not me. And, being honest here. So I know that has some effect. I don't know how big of an effect. It's hard to quantify. You know, I don't have the data for that. I'm sure Twitch probably does have the data for that. That'd be fascinating to see. Anyway, but when you look at just the amount of success for guys and girls in the space, yeah, obviously there is some discrepancy. The question is, why does that discrepancy exist? There's a lot of answers to that. None of them satisfy me, like, on their own. I don't think any of those are good enough to explain everything. But on that data part, I've never had any kind of data, not even some, right? But I found a Twitter post today. You guys will find this fascinating. They said that they started streaming with a femme presenting model, and they used a voice changer to make themselves sound very convincingly like a woman. You know, full on passing, let's say. I think that would be the phrase. Where they fully presented femme. Okay. They were pretty successful. I don't know the exact numbers. I didn't like dig into them all that much. But they had donations, bits, etc. coming in, subscriptions. And they said they did this for a while, months. And then they did a voice reveal, where they turned off the voice changer. Would you like to guess the percentage drop in their total donations that they received, the total support? A rough guesstimate. 50%, none. You're crazy. 50%. It increased. It did not. It was more than 50% drop. 85 is a little too high. It was 70%. They lost 70%. And it stayed gone. It's not like it was an audience mismatch. It was, okay, I have reach, I have viewers, I have people who want to support me in what I do. And now they know that I'm not a woman. At least biologically. I didn't check their pronouns, but like just by voice, right? What they were born with. That's how they sound. That's all it took. And it dropped and it never came back. That's awful. Like those are some bad numbers. Who is pinging the crap out of me? Sorry, I got a ton of Discord pings just now. Anyway, yeah. Do I get money yet? What do you mean? I can't be a woman. You have to use a voice changer. Put a voice changer on, Zeke. I swear to God, get a good voice changer. You will see a difference in time. Just don't ever let people know otherwise. I'm not kidding. It will make a difference. But like, I don't know. Or yeah, voice changing, maybe. I don't know. Zeke's voice is kind of deep. That might be tough. I think you could get to like pretty good passing, but like you're starting at a tough spot. Like that's just difficult. You don't want to hear it that it's tough? Oh, I'm sorry. I do know there are good ones that exist though. You could totally find one. If you want, I can help you look. I'm not kidding. I'll like 100% I support you on that. I think the biggest struggle would be finding one that doesn't make you sound like robot-y. That it's deep. Well, it's relative. I don't know if it's more masculine than mine. I don't think so. But like imagine me trying to, that'd be impossible. I don't think I could do it. Maybe the robot-y would work. Specifically because of your model and everything, maybe. You would have to change how you talk though. One of the downsides of the robot-y type voices is that it makes it really hard to understand somebody. So they have to talk slower and clearer so that you can get more of the intonation and everything out of the voice. Sorry, I was doing a bit of a bit there. Welcome in, Raiders. How you doing? We're chatting. We're yapping. How are you? What were you doing? Slay the Spire, wasn't it? Wasn't it, Frisky? I know you. It was Slay the Spire. You never got out of it. Hope you luck. Yeah, hit me up tomorrow. Before I don't think I'm doing anything tomorrow, actually. I might do something tomorrow, but hit me up before like 3 and I should have time. I had everything I've done previously. Yeah, that would be the way to go. But you gotta find one that like works out. And it'll be work. What outfit do you want, Frisky? Yeah, no. I've thought about it. I've thought about like I could just do that. The thing is for me, right? I still identify as he, him, and everyone would probably just, go with that. Okay, I'll put the Doomer's outfit on. People don't get enough of that as is. So, wait, what? Someone do RGB. Did I miss that? I did. Thank you, Bedhead. And yeah, hey Jennifer, how are you? How you been? By the way, I hope my mic sounds good. I noticed it was a little quiet. I reviewed the last stream, so I bumped it up another decibel. So hopefully it sounds good and it's like the right volume. But yeah, no, I found it fascinating that someone saw a 70% drop when they revealed their voice. For the Raiders coming in, I was talking about someone who started streaming using a voice changer, a pretty good one, they said. and a female model, full on femme presenting, and they revealed their voice and they saw a 70% drop in their total support, like financial support between donations, Twitch subs, everything like that. That's brutal. That's just rough. But it about tracks from what I see. I don't think that's like too far off from the overall, not just financial, but in general support difference you see between the two. Just because of what people are interested in. Not much to be done about it. It's just how it is. It's a lot harder, how shall we say, to entertain your way out of someone not being interested in your looks and everything like that. Like, to put it very bluntly, the good-looking, funny person is more desirable than the funny person who's not very good-looking. That's just the truth. Of course, looks are entirely subjective, so, it varies. But at the end of the day, that's kind of what matters for a lot of people. I'm sure all of you here are far more cultured and far more, let's say, discerning. But for the average viewer, those things kind of take over. Only good looking, sadly. Yeah. It's a shame. It's a shame that you were born British. Can't be funny. It's just not allowed. They'll arrest you for that, But yeah, no, that's so rough though. Seeing that drop must be more painful than anything too. Because from my perspective, right, like I know that this impacts me in some way, that whole discrepancy, but it doesn't. I don't see it. Like I don't see it in the numbers. The graphs don't show me that. I don't know what I'm missing out on just because I'm not willing to pretend to be a woman. Is something I'm very much not really willing to do. Using a female model, like just changing my my body VTuber type deal, I could do that, sure. I wouldn't care. As long as it's still Tay. I've joked about femtay before. I'm not against it. But I'm not going to change how I refer to myself or anything like that. Your unfunniness is funny. True. Frisky's funny by just existing. He doesn't know it, but he is. He's like Cat. He's literally a cat. We all just take pictures of him because he's a cat. He doesn't get it, but like, we're all posting funny videos of the cat on the internet. But yeah, no, it's a brutal reality, but that's how everything is though. And I think I've said this before, and it's harsh as well. I don't really think you can be a streamer and have a horrific voice. And there are people who have that, who have like they've been through something awful that they had no control over. But when they talk, it's pretty awful. Like, it's hard to listen to. There's no way they're not aware of it. What's this about queso? And I'm talking about like it's really bad. It's not just a preference thing. It's like they've probably been through like cancer or something along those lines, something horrible that nobody deserves. But I'm not going to listen to that for 3 hours. It's grating. It hurts my ears. I don't like that. No matter how much I would, love to give them my ear for a time for, I'd love to hear their story, but I don't think I'd want to listen to them for several hours every single day. That would just be like, it's a bit much. But there's solutions, right? We were just talking about a voice changer. There are voice changers out there. There are myriad solutions. I'm pretty sure that I could figure out some messed up way. Like, it would be a bit messy, but it would work for someone who's completely mute to stream and be entertaining, so long as they're willing to learn and put in a lot of effort. They they probably wouldn't be able to do like really long streams because again, it would be a lot of work. But using different tools, you could let them verbalize or show, what they're thinking and what they want to say without saying anything. Like there's ways. They're just kind of elaborate and very involved. It's a lot of work. But I think anyone can do that. You just have to be aware of what your strengths are. And then I think the biggest hurdle you're going to run into is like, what are you willing to do? Is it a hobby? Are you willing to be miserable? Who knows? I'm not really willing to be miserable. So there's certain things I won't do because it is a hobby still. And I don't want to make it a career and then make it into something I'm not enjoying. It's a shame though. I still feel that it's kind of just an untapped market. Flesh tubers are more expressive. That's true. That's true. Identity is the biggest problem there. Privacy, I should say. For a lot of VTubers, they don't really have that problem. They don't really have that concern, which I find interesting, especially for guys, because it's like, I find it interesting that you chose to like be a VTuber when you really didn't. Like, there's no need to. Like, I find it interesting that Frisky chose that. I chose it because like I have a corporate job. I do not want my identity on the internet. Because if I ever say anything mildly insensitive, which I'm sure I will eventually, that upsets somebody, I would really like for someone to not have the ability to get me fired from my job by calling somebody. I would like my anonymity, please. Which, I think is a pretty understandable, reason for why I am willing to invest so much into it. Just want to say Big Booba, also understandable. But like I would love to hear that answer, even if it if it's as simple as that. Still, it's like, that's cool. That's cool. I do think it's an untapped market wherein a lot, and I mean a lot of people would probably actually like a lot more VTubers if they were open to more indies. Oh, you want to? Good try, Suga. Good try. I'm not that expressive in person. I'm actually, I'm pretty expressive just on my own. I mean, you can probably tell from some of the stuff I do. I don't know if that command works. It does. Congratulations, it worked. I wasn't sure. Wasn't sure if I had it set up. Thank you though. I'm very expressive when I'm interacting, but I feel like that comes across as like puppeteering, which is what people say. Like, oh, you got to do that. You got to do the thing. You got to puppeteer your model. And I'm like, y'all don't just like whip your head around. You don't do that. You don't just, That was an exclamation point command. Yeah, I think that's one of the bots that handles it. But like, when I talk to people, like I'm all over the place, man. I wiggle to make it jiggle. That's crazy. Now I've been thinking about this for a while. I don't know if I've mentioned it on stream. I would love to get a 3D model if I could have like a full room worth of tracking without the hassle of like trackers and stuff, so that I could just turn it on and go. I move around a lot, but I ain't smiling and stuff. Oh, okay, like facial expression. Yeah. You do have to kind of, put on a little bit of a show just to get the model to work on that. But I think in part that with that Frisky is experience as well with like social interaction. You'd get used to it. You'd get used to it. Because you're on camera. You want to make sure that people can see whether literally you're, When'd you get the jingly janglies on your horns? So that's part of the Doomer's outfit. So when I got the outfit, it came with that. The little accessories. Which I guess I can mention this. low-key me being a VTuber is making me more expressive. Yet again, Frisky suffering from the British state of being. That stoicism really got him good. Tweaking your V-bridger parameters, yeah. That's something I noticed with Frisky when we were going over his parameters. It was like, okay, here's your range, and then when he's actually doing stuff, he's just, yeah, yeah, okay, Like, bro is not moving. Frisky, you could use to spend some time in America. We're very expressive. A little over the top, a little bit extra at times, even. Ew. You don't know. It's fun. It's fun. I think a lot of people would be, like, non-Americans would be shocked by how, like, overly friendly and fun it actually is in most of America. Like, most interactions you're going to have, they're going to be really polite, really friendly, really helpful. Like, everyone's just pretty cool. The places that suck are the places full of tourists. But, like, if you go to my hometown and you're just around, like, you walk around town, you can ask someone, like, oh, how do I get here? And they'll give you directions. Not in, like, a cold, rude way either. They'll be like, oh my gosh, you're British. Wow. Like, they'll love you. And they'll go out of their way to help you. And it's not just the social contract politeness. Like, they'll want to, like, actually interact with you. I hear that is a bit of a difference, especially East Coast. West Coast, you might get a little bit more of that fakeness going on with your interactions. I think part of that is, like, people just have, for one, you're mostly going to be, like, either in the city or in the suburbs around it. There's a lot of social interactions. People kind of get burnt out. No worries, Tailgater. Need a permanent camera placement. Keep placing my iPhone in the wrong spot. Yeah, I mean, you'd want it, I mean, directly in front of your face, but, like, you can't really do that, right? You know, you gotta be able to see your monitor. So ideally it's like in the center, either on top or on the bottom, depending on your lighting and everything. But as long as you calibrate it, it should be decent. But yeah. It's something you pick up from other people, I think, though. Like the expressiveness, to be clear. I do think it matters a lot that you, like, be around people who are also very expressive. They talk with their hands. They move around a lot. But anyway, sorry. Let me get back to my point. I was saying I wanted to do 3D with, like, a room and everything. I don't know how I would do a mic. I think I'd have to get a lapel mic or something. Or get, like, I don't know, somehow figure out a way to record everything that I'm saying while I can move around. I'm guessing it would be a lapel mic. They make some pretty good ones, so I don't think it would be, like, a crazy problem. Compliment you, you need it. I don't think I've ever seen Farana suck at any video game. And she's very knowledgeable on tech. So, like, I don't have anything negative to say in those aspects, which is usually the things that I would actually, like, avoid with people, because, like, they're usually not that amazing at all that stuff. But, like, Farana, you know your shit. I don't know why imposter syndrome would kick in, though. I've learned that the solution, especially when you're in software, to not knowing things, is to just assume that you're smarter than everybody else. But act like you're not. Obviously, you don't want to do that. But, like, just in your own ego, right, in your own head, just assume that, like, yeah, this is tough for you, but, like, it'd be tougher for someone else. And that just, like, hypes you up enough to keep you from feeling like you're insane and you're just, like, stupid and incompetent. You're like, yeah, like, this is tough. This is a difficult problem. I'm not stupid. This is just difficult. And if I gave it to John, he'd have an even worse time. Okay? He would not be able to do that. And it makes me feel better. when I can just be like, yeah, but like I'm pretty good. I'm kind of down the past few days. You're great, Frana. Don't you worry about that. I think I've said this before. We should do more stuff together. I've been busy, so I'm not saying that's on you. Just saying we should do more stuff. I think it'd be fun. Get a shirt mic, or if you have a big fluffy beard, a beer mic. Well, that's what I mean. Like the pin, not the pin, but like little clasp mics that you can put on your shirt or something like that. I think they're called lapel mics. I think that's the name for it. Either way, those little like I think like DJI or something makes them, and you can just clip them on, and they work pretty good. It seems. It sounds different, unsurprisingly, but I think it would work. But anyway, I was looking at I think it's Solart. They're going to be making these cameras that you can put in. I think they said they use IR, kind of like a iPhone or something, which tracks because I mean that's literally what's tracking me right now. Something like that, and then have that track you using base stations that do all the like mathematics to figure out where you are on the station. And then they just send the tracking info they have to your computer, which makes it way less intense on your PC to do 3D tracking. And just based on my room layout, I was thinking if I wanted to do it in here, I would need a bare minimum of 4 to get everything correct, like to have really good tracking. That would be basically 1 on either wall in front of me, like in front of where I am now, behind my desk, essentially. So 1 to my left and to my right. And then I have a big desk, so I would probably have to put 1 under the desk to see where my legs are at all times, so like they're not getting occluded by other stuff in the room. So that's pretty good coverage there. And then 1 directly behind me for when I'm, again, when something is in the way of one of the other cameras. Wait, 1 second delay, gonna hit hard. Well, I think for chatting it wouldn't be a problem, and that's what I'm getting at here is I would love to have that level of accuracy, which is pretty good, just so that I can do chatting. I talk with my body a lot. I cannot do that here. Like, you cannot see my hands. Like, I cannot get up and walk in a circle and rant about something. I can't do it. I physically can't, because you won't be able to hear me, and the tracking will get all fucked up. Like, I can't do it. But if I had, a 3D model and base stations, then I could do that without having to. Well, that's the thing, Suka. I'm pretty sure Zeeg uses the tracking like dots. I forget what they're called. They're trackers. You wear them on your body though. They're wearables. So you have to think ahead. You have to have them ready to go, and you have to have them on. I would like the freedom to just walk into the room, turn it on, and it's good to go. Also, those do all the tracking processing on the PC. I think Zeke has a 2 PC setup, which makes that not a problem. I'm trying to stick to 1 computer, so that's where my issue lies. Because in this economy, if I try to build another computer, it's going to be $2,000. And that's like not even top of the line. Or maybe $2,000 would get me close to there. It wouldn't get me there. It'd get me close-ish. But still, it's like it's a huge investment when I could pay a similar amount and not have the extra computer. And have potentially just as good or better tracking. So I'm not, So he once walked down the stairs to talk to her mom, and the tracking worked the whole way. I believe it. Yeah. That's kind of the point of that particular brand style, where it doesn't need base stations. It doesn't need all these things. So that is one of the benefits. I'm not really planning to do anything that would benefit greatly from. I have a whole living room I don't use. It's empty. It's an empty room. There's like my old desk is in there. So I was thinking if I went for something that, where I would need more base stations if I was doing what I'm talking about now. Then I could probably justify using trackers instead because it's a bigger space. There's more to cover, um, and then that would probably make more sense. But I don't really want to do that. The acoustics in there are awful, by the way. Sounds the worst. Even with like, I streamed out of there for a little while. You guys probably didn't really notice it. I did. I hated it. There was a bit of an echo. It wasn't a big one. I worked very hard to try and get rid of it, but I couldn't. I don't have enough furniture. Everything that fits in the office that I'm sitting in right now was in that room. I had filled that room with all the furniture I could. The rest of the apartment I have here wasn't enough. Wasn't enough. Didn't do it. Still had an echo. Nope, not gonna work for me. So now I'm back in the office. It's better setup now than it was before that, but even so. Yeah. So I don't think I'll be in there. I'd like to be in here. And then I could set up a scene where, the furniture could be tracked as well, like my chair and everything like that. I think they said they were looking at adding the ability to track furniture and other hard objects in the room. And then I could put, my couch, my chair, everything in there and either in the scene or actually track it. But just the chair would be fine, I think. The chair and maybe couch would be kind of impossible because the couch is like it reclines and everything, so that'd be tough. But I think it would be cool to be able to, pace around the room and things like that. I guess is what I'm really getting at. And I would like to take advantage of that particular detail of it and the freedom of it all. If I can't do that, I don't really think I want to deal with 3D. Like because it's a lot of processing power. It's a lot of overhead. The ability to do a backflip, yeah. But if I'm not going to take advantage of all those things, it's like, oh, that's tough. Because it's already going to be a lot just to run the software, to do all the tracking and stuff too. It's like, at that point, maybe just get another computer, and then we're talking about a lot of money. A lot of money. I don't know if I'm ready for that. But yeah, she looks stanced up while talking to her mom while she was ready to fight. I'd believe it. Yeah, I think when I do finally like settle with an exact design, I will look at getting a simpler 3D model just for fun. To do backflips and stuff. Dances and silly things like that. I'd love that. That'd be fun. But I don't want to drop $2,000 on a 3D model just to have it do a backflip. Like, I'd want to use it for streams and stuff, so I'd want to make sure that I'm like ready for that. I think I was gonna mention I am looking at some refinement to my design still. And by that I mean calling Dem out. Kind of. That said, Dem did not pay $2,000, I don't think. I hope not. I don't think you could afford that. It'd be a lot of money, right? If it was a couple $100, I mean, that's sure. But I don't want to spend several thousand to do a backflip, And if I'm going to get another model, I want it to be like really, really nice. Having all the trimmings and everything that I want in detail and optimized and all those fun things. I'm going to be really particular. I am very particular. Always have been. But I am looking at still changing some of the details of my design. Some stuff I've learned, some stuff I've seen. I've seen a lot of art on like Twitter and Blue Sky and stuff has kind of inspired me a little bit. Made me reconsider certain aspects of the design. Right now I'm in the Doomers outfit, so I'm not even talking about this. What you see in front of you, that's not even what I'm yapping about. I love the Doomers design. There's a few things I'd still tweak about it as well, but they would come from changes to the main outfit. It's something I can share about what I'm probably gonna do. The gloves are changing. I'm changing the gloves. I had to take call. No worries, Frana. No worries. Yeah, I'm definitely changing my gloves though. Like it's just not. And I'll tell you why actually, for anyone interested. It's because of emotes. No matter what I do, you're supposed to happen. No worries. You do what you got to do. But it's about emotes. That's the thing. The gloves have to change because I have my emotes. When I have like a thumbs up or something, you can't see the damn thumb. It's all just black on black. How are you supposed to like differentiate that without it looking weird? You kind of don't. And I've tried a few things, like you see the chevrons on the back of the gloves, but it's not enough. So we're gonna change things. Things are gonna get shaken up. The pants you see on the main model, those are they're gonna change a little bit. I think most things are gonna change a little bit at least, but it's gonna be a much smaller change from like compared to like V1 to V2. Make fingertips a different color. I thought about it and I didn't like it. But I did think about that. That is a good idea. For certain designs it worked. I wasn't personally a fan for how it would look for me. But don't worry, I have a great idea in mind. I've been working with artists already. We're getting some ideas kind of worked out right now. I still have to like decide on a lot of details. I'm going to have a tail, I think. I hope. We're working on it. Take off the tips. That's not a bad idea. Let me see. I don't think one of the people I'm having work on it is Moki, and I don't think, yeah, she hasn't given me anything that's like complete, quote unquote, yet. So I can't even show you guys any concepts. I wouldn't want to anyway. It's almost done, but it's not like done per se. So I don't want to like show her incompleted work. That would she probably wouldn't be super keen on that. But she's doing great stuff. Someone else is also working on it, and they also aren't quite done. So still waiting on that a little bit. Once I have everything I think ironed out, I'll probably show you guys all the concepts, and we'll just kind of go over that. But the gloves are changing. A little bit of the bodysuit is getting tweaked. The pants are going to get tweaked a little bit. What else? The boots are going to change a little bit. Like in notable ways. I think we're actually going to get rid of some pieces of armor. So we're going to be losing a few of those. Some of them are going to change. And I think that's about all I can say without spoiling anything too big. But stuff to look forward to. Oh, dang it. That's an important one. I also wanted to mention, I am on medication. I got through my psychiatrist and everything. We got all that stuff worked out. I think I've mentioned here before, I'm looking at getting like accommodations at work. And I got all that done. It's ready to go. Waiting on hearing back from my job actually. And then they also put me on a new medication to try, manage some of the symptoms I'm dealing with. And it's so far working kind of scary well. It's not a very strong medication. It's a pretty normal one. It's not like, only 10 people are on it. It's nothing like that. A lot of people take it. I'm on a very low dose. And my experience has been that it kind of feels like I'm a little too hyper currently. And the thing is, I'm having trouble deciding whether that's from the medication itself or if it's because I just don't feel as like depressed. Yeah, depressed. I'm depressed, guys. Depressed and anxious. I don't know. I'm having trouble deciding. I do feel better, emotionally speaking. So that's awesome. But like, I constantly want to like get up and go and do something. And it's a little frustrating because like I only have so much to do, you know, only so many things to do in a day. But it's better than not wanting to get up and do anything at all. So that's pretty great. How are you doing today, Eris? I guess Eris was working on something as well. I think she mentioned she's going to work on a few things. She had one really good idea that I'm definitely taking 100%. I've not been more sure of anything in a while. That one's coming with me. I think I'm going to tweak it a little bit, reinterpret it, but like it's chef's kiss, some good stuff. But yeah, no, the meds have been kind of intense. So I'm hoping it kind of tempers down a little bit, kind of levels out. So I'm not quite so excitable. But hey, I don't hate it. If it's this or being depressed, I'll take this any day. And yeah, Shadow, pick a word. Pick a word. It can be anything. It can be silly. It's not a big deal, you know. I think those were the big things that I wanted to mention before we got going today. It's been a while since it was just us, chat. It's been a while. I've been relying on collabs quite a bit. And I'll admit that I was relying on them. Where I put the word when I pick it, just in chat, just anywhere. Yeah. Just the word is this, or just send the word on its own. Cute? Oh golly. Just because I was thinking about it, the first thing that comes to mind would be actually both Pup and Moki both have really cute art styles. Like they're super cute. Like so cute. Let me see. Do I have anything? Okay, I don't think I have any art for like that either of them have authored that I'm 100% sure I can show you. Like just on hand, ready to go. But you should check out Moki and Pup if you get a chance. I wish I had links to them. Hold on. I can get Moki's. I don't think Pup has a VGen. And that upsets me actually. I'm gonna go send him a message right now. And ask him if he has. Do you have a VGen? Question mark. I don't think he does. So that might just be tough luck for us. But definitely check out Moki. Eris is here. Eris is always here. You all know Eris. I'm just gonna call her out because I can. Hers isn't especially cutesy, but because Pup doesn't have it, here you go. I have too many artists at this point that I need to plug constantly. But definitely check them out. Okay, Pup does not have a VGen. I told him to ask Moki how to set it up. He said he doesn't know how. I don't know how either. So pass that off to somebody else. Yeah, that's the first thing that comes to mind. Trying to think if there's like a second particular thing that comes to mind with cute. I realized that VGen has a website. Yeah, it's been violated by Slaanesh. We haven't even gotten to the game yet, Ben. We've just been yapping. Since you missed it, Ben, I'll summarize. How do I summarize this? I saw a post on Twitter from a VTuber who started out presenting themselves as a woman, 100%. Like they did a voice changer and everything. They revealed their voice and they lost like 70% of their revenue. Soon it was just an app. Yeah, no, they have a website. I only use the website. Do they have an app? Do I not know about the app? Is this like, are we trading information here? Is there an app? Yeah, no, sorry. So there was a VTuber. They lost 70% of their revenue like the moment they started using just their masculine presenting voice. Which, I mean, a bit of a drop doesn't shock anyone, but 70%, it's a lot. I know, I know. Well, I did the quick like back of a napkin math there. It was 2.3 times, so 230% bonus if you become a woman, I guess. I don't know if it has an app. I wish it had an app. It would probably run better. Their website is just dog water in terms of like load times and stuff. It is rough to scroll through. It is hard. You're loading a ton of art, so like, you know, it just sucks that it's as slow as it is. So then you know what you have to do? I'll be proud. I'll still be proud of my little Taylor. No, no, no. I've thought about it. I've thought about it sincerely. What I would actually do um, is I would have to use a voice changer, and the thing is, this is the part that I can't do. Like I don't, my brain wouldn't be able to function. Right? Is I would have to change how I refer to myself, like pronouns and everything. I would have to change how I refer to myself on stream, and like how I have other people refer to me, and I can't. And I can't. I can't even change it in my own head. I have enough trouble. Hey, pup, we were just talking about you. I was just saying that like everyone should check you out and like, you know, maybe commission you, but you don't have a VGen. Makes me sad. I can't push you down other people's throats if you don't have a VGen. Don't take that out of context. Yeah, anyway. I don't, is that why? Yeah, that's why I asked. Because I was telling everyone, someone asked me, well, someone got a redeem, the daily, that let them give a word, and I had to say the first thing I thought of. And they said cute. And we were just talking about like the changes I was making to my art, to my design, and you guys were making art. And so I was thinking about your art, yours and Moki's and Eris's, and they said cute. And I was like, well, Pup and Moki have super cute styles. And so, hence, I was like, oh, you should check them all out. And I was like, but I don't have Pup's VGen. All right, you two are gonna have to fight. I don't know what to tell you. Either one of you gives up, or you got to fight to the death. A duel it shall be. Pup can have it. Okay, Pup, you get to decide my accessories. No. Ben already gave it up. You win. It's yours. So the accessories are all the little like extra things on the model. So that would be the cat ears. I already have those on. The fishing hat. Clown nose, horns. You just tell me what you want. Glasses. I have glasses. I don't think those have been on. The hat. There you go. I don't know if it'll stick. I think it will. We shall see. So I have to wear this for 30 minutes. That's crazy. Do you have options to make you wear things IRL, and can they be electric? No. Definitely not. No, I have thought about it though. Like, what would I call femte? I have ideas. Like, if I just fully like changed everything to be femme, regardless of whether I did the voice changer, right? Because I mean, just having boobs alone is like that's like at least a double, right? That's a 2x modifier minimum. He's going to test out my new 120 volt prostate tickler. I don't want anything like that near me. Thank you. Tay Tay, yeah. Wow, it already turned off. Okay. Let me see. Let me see if that'll stay on. I don't know. Some of the toggles are a little wonky still. If it doesn't stay on this time, I'll have to make a note of it. Try to find a way to fix that. But Tay the dildo. Oh my god. All right. Yeah, what was I saying there? Right. To do a bug themed military girl named Tanya the Weevil. Oh my god. No. No. I mean I would just do a female version of Tay. That would be it. Like just big ol' honka blancas and a more hourglass shaped build. That'd be it. That'd be Femtay. But for an actual name for her, I have some ideas. But no, honestly, like on the metrics, right? I think it would do better. People would be really confused though by the voice. I think that would be a bigger like sticking point. So you suck your waist in about 5 inches, and then inject it into your chest. Yes. Yes, precisely. You've got it. Okay, yeah, that the hat isn't sticking. I'll make a note. My mistake. I don't know why it's like this. Hat 30 minutes. Okay, I made a note so I can look at it tomorrow. And hopefully get it fixed. I don't know why that won't work. It had to be sticky. Where's Clee when you need him? I haven't seen Clee in a minute, now that you say that. Yeah, I can't remember if I'm even able to do that with the hat and stuff. I think I'd have to change how everything works. I'm willing to do that. I just need to figure out what I need to do. You know? E2V gen code. So this is so buns. If you don't know people, I probably know people who can get you a code. Also, how do you not know Moki? How does this happen? You know Sai. You know me. Maybe you finally started eating the Pizza Man sauce. Maybe. Maybe. That'd be hype. Hype for Clee. Also, let me know if you guys experience any buffering issues. I am looking at the bitrate graph. This chatting section has been awesome for me to be able to just watch how the stream is doing health-wise. Because I am testing out the 1440p thing again. You look high, kid. What? But yeah, the graph's been up and down, up and down, up and down. So I just want to know. You're flushed and squinty. Hold on. I think that's just the big smile on my face doing that. My eyes are also dry. That's not helping. You have any artist friends either? What the heck, Pop? How'd you get here? That's so crazy. You need to socialize a little more. We're gonna get you in, don't you worry. Moki's really nice though. You'd like Moki. She also has, like I was telling everyone, a very cute art style. I think you guys would get along. You're really new? Oh, okay. You're new. That's fine. I thought maybe you had been here for like a few years floating around. Probably like a year-ish. But if you're really new, then that makes sense. Checks out. That's green. That's really green. That's like street light green. Just had Twitch crash on you? Oof. That's the official weed green. Ah, okay. I wish, man. I wish. I used to be a connoisseur of the leaf, if you will. However, what had happened was I partook, I suppose, too often. Not heavily, but too often. And it got to a point where when I would partake, I would have an anxiety attack in combination consistently, not just once. One time, after that long, I would have just been like, well, that was weird, and tried it again because I'm stupid. And I did. I did try it again. And I was like, wow, that was awful. Okay, I quit. I wasn't hyper dependent on it or anything. I used it for like helping me go to bed. I had horrible back pain at the time. So let's say it was medicinal. But yeah, haven't since. I assume it would just continue to happen. So no interest really. Maybe I mentioned earlier with the meds, I am feeling quite a bit better in terms of like depression and anxiety. I still have a little bit of like the anxiety, I can tell, but it's not nearly as bad, which is shocking. I'm on like I said, I'm on a really low dose, and I feel significantly like better in those senses. Again, a little bit on edge, but I'll take a little bit on edge over incapable of doing anything for weeks. Like that's not great. So it's cool. I think the only threat to my health is to get like what's the word, would be to have like high blood pressure because I constantly want to like do stuff. And like I said, a little more on edge. It might spike my blood pressure a little. I should probably check that. But aside from that, there's no downside other than that. I've been sleeping better too. It doesn't do anything except make me tired. How many times have you tried it? I've known some people it takes like 10 at the high end. I knew a lot of people who smoked. High school was fun. I had a fun time. Yeah, for some people it takes a lot. For some people it's just like you're just like it's just trash. Whatever you're smoking is trash. Multiple years. What do you mean by that? Just so many different kinds. So it's annoying. Okay. You're probably just very resistant to it then. I don't know how. That's crazy. Like it just doesn't hit you. That's wild. I can't think of anything else that works quite the same way either. So I don't have a good like comparison. Like I can't be like, oh, how does this like? Have you ever taken this drug? Prescription, of course. And like, how did that interact with you? Because like that would be interesting, right? Like it has you get her shrooms. Oh goodness, that's quite the experiment. But make sure to follow the law, everybody. Alcohol and kratom. I don't know what kratom is. I'm not a big drug person. Never have been. Like I said, a little bit of the green just for my back when I was younger, and the back issues were a lot worse. But now, I drink on rare occasion. I used to smoke like tobacco, but I quit that. Now I mean I drink coffee. That's about it's about the most I get is caffeine. I do like my caffeine though. I did also. I went back to drinking 2 cups of coffee a day as well recently. But before I started the medication, but I noticed that helped a little bit too. And now I think with the medication, everything is kind of working out together. It's weird. Indian herb. It's less harmful than weed, but everyone wants it outlawed because it can break opioid addiction. Really? That's kind of an impressive feat for something like that. Because just kind of like get in the way of the opiate process. It's fascinating. Activates the same receptors. Ah, that's pretty cool. I like that. And why would they want it to be? Why would you want to outlaw that when so many people are against the fact that marijuana is illegal in the country? I don't. If it's less harmful, I would think that anything under weed would just be like, yeah, whatever, you know? It's kind of been like how it usually goes, where it's like, well, as long as it's not worse than like tobacco, then it's largely been a whatever kind of thing. Although they did regulate the hell out of vapes. And some of the regulations I didn't hate about that, but others were like, especially the early ones were awful. Because kratom is $60 a pound, methadone is 50,000. That's true. Yeah. Methadone's fucking awful though. That shit messes you up. Like that is not bad. That is a very bad experience. You know, have a VGen account? Hell yeah, pup. Are you just figuring it out on your own, or did you reach out to somebody? Because I mean, Sai probably, if he himself doesn't have one, he definitely knows other people who do. But like, don't have a code. Okay, yeah. Well, I mean, that's the first step. You gotta have an account set up. Yeah, I'm sure if you need a code, I can probably help you find one. I'm pretty sure artists on VGen get more codes over time. So I'm sure there's some who just have them and would be happy to hand them out as long as you're someone reputable. Literally be in your debt. I don't know, do some fan art or something if you feel like you're indebted. I wouldn't want you to feel like you're in debt for long. That's a currency I accept. um, oh yeah, fan art it is. Hell yeah. Just don't drop me pregnant. You wouldn't be the first, and that's the main reason I say don't do that. Trying to think. Oh, no, bad. um, ours is like much worse than my model art, so it might be ass, bro. Whatever. Do whatever. Do I look like someone who's picky? I'm happy with anything. The first fan art I received was from someone who would probably self-describe as anything except an artist. And I'm still very happy they gave me what they did. I appreciate all my fan art. Croissant, one of the old viewers, made a bunch of stuff, I think in like Google Sheets or something for me. I still have all of them. I still have every single piece of art he gave me. It's actually impressive what he made in Google Sheets. Like, I didn't know you could do that, and they did. It was pretty good. But yeah. Hey, Magical Girl fan art, go for it. I'm trying to think if there was anything else I wanted to bring up current. Unicorn is technically real. It was based on sightings of the oryx, a form of antelope with extremely long, straight horns that overlap if viewed from the side. It makes it look like they have one. That's pretty cool. They just kind of like fantasized it a bit, and then there's your unicorn. Is Ben autistic? That's a great question. I don't think so. I think Ben's a lot of things, but I don't think he's autistic. Yeah, just generally insane. There's probably a laundry list of disorders, but I don't think that autism's on the list. Ben is like if a night terror didn't stop, but you just stretched out the horror throughout the day. I think that about describes Ben. Because like there's a plot line there somewhere. Like there's some order to the madness. Not much, but there's a little bit. There's an origin point. I don't know where, but it's somewhere out there. You can probably figure it out eventually. But that's like every day with Ben. So good luck. Ever seen a man eat his own head? Yes, in 2 different ways. Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that happened. Yep. Sure did. Yeah, Ben's a special one. He's if you go back into my old clips and you find anything named McTailsers, that those are all authored by Ben. I've gotten less script readings over the last like 6 months. It's kind of just petered off a little bit. Just a bit of a shame. Because every time that they come up, people are like, "God, you should do like voice acting or something." Just because I can deadpan deliver stuff without like breaking out into laughter. Saving for one, hell yeah. Computer died? No worries, Paige. No worries at all. We're still just chatting. I haven't even gotten out of here yet. I'm stuck. I'm locked in. But we've just been yapping. But yeah, no, I'm looking forward to the future. Finally, maybe cash in pages of Squad Broken. I'm scared of what that means. Put on dying fetus. I'm gonna assume that's a band. Cause I'm pretty sure it is. And I'm gonna say wait until the next event, and we're gonna have there'll be like a music submission thing. Which I have to plan another event. It's been a while. We should do something. Again, now that I have a little more energy and I feel a little better, I feel like it'd be a great time to like plan something out. Scream metal sucks. If it is like any kind of scream, I probably will not turn it on. I'm being just blunt with you there. I have is it most metal just scream metal? No. No, there's on the lower end. A lot of metal is. I'm gonna be so real with you. You're not wrong, but like I don't know if it's most per se. Tell my friend about you. Oh, thank you, Paige. Old metal and very old metal had no screaming. Yeah, correct. I was gonna say it depends on like how far you go back and what you consider metal, but not really. Sort of. I do think if you're just screaming though, it's grating on my ears. I can't stand it. It kind of makes my like ears bleed into Westing. Yeah. Um, it high pitched noises in general. I don't like. I'm really picky about the women who sing on like which ones I'll listen to. Some men too. Don't get me wrong. It's nothing about that, but it's just their vocal range. A lot of women will hit the really high notes, and oh, that just I hate it. I hate those notes. So a lot of like bands and singers, I'll listen to them and be like, "Oh my god, this is like it's so beautiful. I love it," but I can't listen to it. You know what I mean? Like I know it's good music. I appreciate it so much, but I can't listen to it. I can't do it. It hurts. So I just have to live with that. I can't do it. I wish I didn't have to dislike it, but it's like a physical reaction. It's not a oh, well, I just don't think it's good. Not like that. Didn't mean to hit that. Well, now I'm gamer colors. Look what you've done, pup. Look what you've done to me. Oh god, my computer's choking. Not even running any games yet. Why is it doing that? Okay, maybe it's not. Love your avatar. Thank you, Paige. Let me see. Oh my god, have you even more pings? Ooh. Okay. Take care of those. It's all over the screen? What do you mean by that? What have you done? Is it because I'm too close? Too close for you, pup? You can't handle it. You know what I mean? That's crazy. It's me. I'm all over the screen because you zoomed in. Okay. Let's play Darktide. Let's play Darktide. That's what we're supposed to do here. Need to annoy my relatively normie friend who doesn't watch streams. The hell happened here? What do you mean? Fun fact, never aim for the eyes. Does not play well with corneas. What do you mean by that? Does that mean what I think it means? And yeah, of course you're not supposed to get it in someone's eye. That would be messed up if you intentionally did that. Sometimes your model looks like it's about to sneeze and it makes me laugh a little. Can you like take a screenshot or something? I'd love to see what you mean because I have no clue. Is it when I like look up? Is it this? I never knew anything about corneas. Yeah, I knew that it like was bad. Like you shouldn't do that and it would hurt, but like granted, I've never been in the situation where that was a real consideration, so I guess I haven't had to worry about it. But you know, good to know, I guess, for when that never happens. Yeah. When you look up and your mouth's open, it looks funny. I'm looking up. Okay, so I have a really goofy setup. Okay. I have the main monitor right in front of me where, you know, the game is and chat and everything. And then up and to my left is OBS. It's up there. It's on, I have an ultra wide monitor that sits above my main monitor and looks down at me essentially. And on the left of it, the left half is OBS. The right half is Twitch and or YouTube, whatever I have open. And oh my God. Anyway, I don't even want to read that out, Ben. That's disturbing. Anyway, yeah, ultra wide monitor above a regular 1440p monitor, and everything's kind of set up there. So if I have to like check something on the other monitor, I have to look up. And because I have glasses, especially, I'm pretty sure the frame, like the bottom, it's not even a frame. I only have half glasses. But like, I think basically the distortion caused by the glasses being in the way basically makes it so that the eye tracker can't see my eyes, and so it thinks my eyes are shut. They're not, but that's what it thinks. So that's what happens. Your divorced dad rock makes me feel like I'm in the car with my dad. Okay, what the fuck? What? Wait a minute, pup. That's fucked up. There's layers. This joke has onion layers. Okay, like we're gonna have to peel this back one by one. First of all, my rock is divorced dad. I've never even been married. This is just what I grew up with. I think you're just calling me old, pup. Second of all, it makes you feel like you're in the car with your dad. Your dad is either kind of young or you just think I'm a lot older than I am. I don't know how to feel about all this that you're saying. But that was a crazy sentence. Just divorce dad rock. Okay, I see how it is. Oh my God. So you're saying I give divorced dad energy. Good to know. He's like 40? Oh, he's a bit older than me. I find your music on the greatest hit CD collections from Now That's What I Call Music. Oh, ouch. You seem like someone in their in the, like late 30s or 40. What the fuck? I can fix that. 1 second. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Okay. Let me see. This'll age me down like 10 years. Here we go. I put on some hyper pop. Is that does that age me down a little bit at least? I'm cool with cool gamer dad, young dad. Like, sure, yeah, okay. Listen, that's fine. But like 40. Oh, oh no, not that old. Damn. Wow. Yikes. I'm getting cooked. It doesn't. What do you mean? Hyperpop doesn't bring it. Oh no. How old? I have been told that it is amazing that I, on my own, listen to break-ins, listen to any hyperpop, and I'm not under 25. It's fucked up. Fucked up. Didn't say you were 40. I was just saying one of my dads is 40. Uh, Divorced dad's greatest hits. She took the dog. I can't see my kids anymore. Crying in the shower. And anything by Linkin Park. That's a pretty good one. I like that, Ben. Pup has 2 dads? That's one more than I got. What the hell? Pup gets an extra dad. The fuck? I'm assuming there's a step in one of those or something. I think that would be the most, what's the word, statistically likely way for that to work, but there could be a couple of ways that could work. Kind of like how I am the brother to one of my nephews. Technically, legally speaking, I'm both, which is like strange, but it happens. Adoption's a crazy thing. It fucks up the whole tree thing. There's his father, his roboticist, and his daddy. Ooh, wow. I don't think Pup has that last one yet. We were just talking about that. My stepdad's cooked, I assume. He raised me, and my like biological dad like kind of doesn't live with me. Okay. Sorry, I had to do a little bit of. Okay, your stepdad's cool. He raised you. Your biological dad doesn't live with you. Okay, gotcha. I had to piece that together. So, yeah, unfortunately, that is not like a super uncommon setup. Hey, if you had like a cool parent, at least one, then I'd say you're doing pretty good. This has to be the strangest thing I ever saw. As husband of my grandmother, I am my own grandpa. I'm my own grandpa. Yeah. So, some weird stuff like that. Without the marriage. Your bio dad doesn't like you? Oh, okay. Well, your bio dad's a loser, so nothing lost. Nothing lost there. I mean, he just has to be. He doesn't like you. Come on. Come on. I mean, really. Might as well just tell the whole world that you're an idiot. He's actually a loser. Not surprising. Doesn't like you. You're like you're pretty cool. So your bio dad was a major ass. Unfortunately, it happens. And is much more useful as a doorstop. Yeah, he recently passed, didn't he? I remember you telling me about that. You were not upset. Um, Thankfully, I have a great relationship with my parents. They're lovely people. I think I've mentioned this before, but in case I haven't, you know what? Every girl that I like, not even dating, just friends with, maybe getting to know them, maybe might date in the future, kind of a thing. I would have them over, we'd like hang out on the couch, watch a movie or something, just spend time together. And of course, they would meet my parents. I didn't have a problem with that. My parents are pretty cool. Like, I like being around them. More than once, I had girls who would come over and they'd be like, I love your mom and your dad's so cool. And I'm like, thanks. Where do you think I get it from? Um, and then they'd be like, I don't know. They're kind of cooler than you. It's like, what? That's crazy. But I mean, when I was at my worst, I would say, they were definitely right. My parents were a lot cooler than me when I was being miserable. So in hindsight, I think they had a point. But suffice to say, I liked them. Did you get your parents cool genes? No, I am just like my parents. You have no idea. Again, when I'm at my best, I'm like the best of both of my parents together. At my worst, I'm the worst of both of them, which is not great. The worst of both of my parents is not that bad. It's like depression, anxiety, kind of like the negative aspects of like ADD, ADHD, and like just being miserable. Like that's the worst, right? But that's of both of them. They kind of put that together. But on the upside, right? On the flip side, really communicative, really capable of, communicating ideas and concepts and everything. A really good talker, very friendly, likable, very socially capable, let's say. People tend to like them. So, having that upside, pretty good. Also, very intelligent. I get that mainly from my mother. My dad isn't stupid. He's just a very different kind of intelligent, which is what I think kind of rounds me out as as a person with what I know and don't know. Like my mom can't work on a car. I can. My mother cannot. Oh, it's not that she can't. She could do it. But like she doesn't know it. She hasn't touched a car in a long time. Which I'm concerned that'll end up being me eventually because I can't work on my car at the apartment I live at, which probably isn't a big shocker, but I would like to, change my own oil. It's just, if anything, just so they don't lose the skills. But anyway, point being, like she's more in the intellectual space. My father's more in the hands-on type of space. They're both really good at both of them. Like my father could build you a house from scratch and it would be up to code. It would be a good job. Like he would do a good job of it. So, I get a lot of things from him, a lot of things from her. Rounds me out. My mom hasn't touched a car in a long time. Meanwhile, Tay is out there rubbing his V8 GF at least 3 times a day. Not what I meant. I meant like, changing the oil or something. Calm down there, bucko. Breaking Benjamin is over 30 years old. It was old music when I was young. So I don't feel weird about that. Don't tell me how old Seether is, though. Don't do that to me. Although Seether is still a little bit like old music to me because my sister got me into it. Same with like Papa Roach and Evanescence. She was like big into like the emo goth stuff. So if I associate music with her, it's like, that's like older person music. Whereas if it's like my music that I like, that I picked out, that I, found, and you tell me how old that is, okay, that might get me. She's not a car. Her name's Adrienne. Adrienne. No, there's no car. I own a car, but I don't I'm not like that. Okay. I'm not getting intimate with my vehicle. It's not happening. Um so what was I saying? Right. The girls that would come over would be like, "Oh, I like your parents. Like they're really cool." And I don't think anyone's ever been serious about it, but like I'm pretty sure they've been pretty close to being like, "Can I just like hang out with your mom?" Like, you don't have to be there. I'll just hang out with your mom, and I'd be like, "That's crazy." Imagine having a car and being able to drive. There's consequences to having those things, pup. I have a job. I have to work for money. And if I get fired or I lose my job or I quit, I die. Maybe not strictly. I mean, that's a little bit like exaggerative, right? But like how I pay my bills, no one's helping me. It's just me. So yeah, I mean, I can afford to have a car, but I can only afford it because I have a job. It's not cheap. Imagine being an adult. You are an adult. Day is the 1%. Oh, totally. Totally. Yeah, I would have to worry about hiding my identity online if I was the 1%. For sure. Absolutely. God, if I was the 1%, I'd probably be a totally different person. I would pretend you're an adult, pup. Do you not like know how to drive yet? If not, you should fix that. Just having six figures makes you part of the 5% globally or in the US? And is that household income or is that individual income that they're measuring? US? Really? Bar's really low? Damn. Does that include children, like, and people who aren't working? That would be my other question. Like, are they just dividing by the population? Or are they specifically looking at people who have jobs? Very curious. If you have a six figure, you're less. Huh. I have seizures. I can't learn to drive if I'm not seizure free for 6 months, and I've not done that. Oh, right. You did mention that. You did mention that. I didn't know how common it was, though, for you. But that makes sense. Yeah. I mean, I guess you can't drive. That would be a safety thing for sure. You probably shouldn't. I mean, you should learn how to still, I think. Like in a closed lot or something with, someone with you, just so you know how, like if you get stuck somewhere, right? You know, if something were to happen, it'd be nice for you to know how to operate the vehicle safely. If only to get somewhere safe, right? But I think I'm probably coming at this from a different perspective. For I'm trying to think. Yeah, my perspective is like I lived up in the mountains when I grew up. Um, so like the idea of someone's sick or something and passes out on the side of the road, you know, they were driving me somewhere, let's say. I would need to be able to get somewhere. And that would be, useful to know just the basics so I could go from A to B and not like crash the vehicle or get into an accident. Um, I don't think you need more than that though. If that's your circumstances, then you're kind of out of luck. Um, I hope you always have someone to drive you places because you are cooked without being able to drive. Just like one of the biggest criticisms you could pass about US in general is how reliant it is on driving. That is a rough part of it. The upside is if you can drive, I mean, it's very comfortable. Yeah, you don't have to deal with other people as much, especially the like negative sides of dealing with other people. You know, my city is very bus friendly, walkable. We have trains. Ooh, go to different cities and states. There is like one area that I can think of where that applies in the US. I'm not going to say it, but in the middle of nowhere, we've never seen a bus that's not yellow. I'm sure there's been at least one Greyhound that got lost at some point. At least one. Just one. But no, you're probably right. I'm thinking really hard. And yeah, no. Yeah. Where I grew up, we never saw any kind of bus like that. You know where I live, I've literally told you. That does not mean that I remember. I have no clue. You could tell me the like most important information about you. I should mention this. I intentionally forget important information that I know that I shouldn't like say. I don't want to remember where you live. I don't know. Another thing, I contract in tax, let's say. I see a lot of information every day that I'm not allowed to remember legally. I will get in trouble if I remember it and never say it or use it in any capacity, even by accident. I would be terrified if I had a photographic memory and I worked this job. I see people's private information quite regularly. Enough that I could do damage. I don't, of course, want to, but like, if that was just always in my head, that would be miserable. That would be so frustrating, like annoying. Just have a very bad memory. I also like I just have a bad memory, but it's really nice that I forget everything. But I've always been like this. I've been like this since I was a child. Unless it like comes up in conversation repeatedly, I won't remember important things about people. I'll remember your face. If I ever see your face, I'll know your face. But that's about it. I forget people's names all the time. I've gotten so deep into the online part of life at times that I almost forget my own name. I was going to use it to send him increasingly more bizarre packages in the mail. I would have been confused off the bat, and I probably would have figured it out pretty quickly though that it was you. No one else would bother. EP time. Good night, Shadow. Thank you for coming by and for sticking around for so long. I was like, clean you dicks. Yes, exactly. Yes. I'm really good with faces. I'm awful with names. Like I can remember almost everyone I've met, their face. Like if I knew them for any length of time or they left a real impression, I will remember their face. Got faces so often because most of my friends are cosplayers. I just have face blindness now. I could see that being a problem. Yeah. No, it has its own downsides, of course, having poor memory, but I think I have a good memory. It's just the things that my mind prioritizes to remember are just odd. Can't tell most of my chickens apart. I don't know how you would. Yeah, unless they're like weird. Yeah, where they have something particular about them that stands out. I wouldn't be able to remember that type of thing. I would just call them random names. It's not like they know. Yeah, Ben has chickens. And cocks, too. Roosters, if you will. Pretty sure you named some of them after us, Ben. I don't remember which ones you named after us, but yeah. They're in the Discord. I think an off topic, right? It's just cock everywhere. They one pup. That might be confusing, calling it a dog. That's a weird dog. My chicken was eaten. It happens. Such is life. Sometimes you eat, sometimes you get eaten. All right, I think after this, there's an ad break coming in about a minute. So once that's done, we'll actually get into the game. I've just been yapping. Dem's chicken is still alive and well. Hell yeah. She's too popular. I see. You got little chickies running around. Try streaming, not a single game played. That's me. That's Tay right there. That's why I was saying I would love to have a good 3D model and those like trackers and stuff, the cameras, so that I could like I would love to just chat. I just feel like it gets a little dull just sitting here yapping. His new pills are working too well. Yes. That's what I was saying earlier. I'm in, man. Like I'm locked the fuck in. Like I'm so here. I'm so ready all the time. And I'm trying like really hard not to be like overbearing on the people around me. Like all my friends and stuff. I'm like, I don't like I know right I'm being a lot, but like please bear with me. Because I expect it will kind of, balance out. They put me on SSRIs. And like I said, really low dose, but I'm just like really, really feeling it. And I mean, it's not bad. It's just it is a lot. It's very overwhelming. I can see where people come from. Sorry, that was like a tangent off of a tangent in my head. I had friends growing up who I talked to about these kinds of things because they had tried like different medications and stuff for their own depression. I'd not tried any until I was like in my 20s. So, I thought about it. I'm like, it's a lot of work. I'd have to find a psych, which back then was a lot harder. Um, Talking about like 15 years ago almost. And that makes me sound old. Um, but they were like, oh, it made me feel like a zombie. It made me feel kind of like lifeless. And I kind of get it. However, on the flip side of it, mm, eh, I could see how that would happen if you like went to a too high a dose, at least from all the SSRIs I have tried, because they kind of like change how your brain chemistry is. But I think in those cases, that means you're either misdiagnosed or you're either on too high or too low of a dose. Something has to be off. Probably a misdiagnosis, knowing that guy. Like he probably needed like an antipsychotic, not an SSRI, but whatever. There's a VTuber named Mommy Milker 420 VT, and you're surprised why. We had girls selling their bathwater like 5 years ago. Come on. Come on. You knew this was gonna happen. Don't give me that. It probably happened already a while ago and just nobody noticed. Okay. I think ads are running. Okay. Ads are running, so I'll be back in a minute. You guys have fun. And get my little ring on. My little BRB thing going. And I'll be back in a minute while the ads are on. I'm sorry, you said they're making women? Shirtless men painting each other. Okay, okay. What do you mean by painting each other? Can you elaborate? I'll take that as a no. Okay. Like they're painting things on each other? Oh, okay, okay. Like, why though? What kind of advertisement is that? Okay, let's see. We can play the game. I think we can do a little bit of gaming. We can do a touch of video games today, I guess. Not sure. Oh, okay. If I don't do it now, we might as well not start. I need a program that makes life like AI women. I don't know. Okay, you know what? I am gonna get into another side tangent here. Just because you mentioned it. Okay. You know what? The new gen is here. He gets to hear this. I think Pup could hear this, and it would maybe benefit him a little. Um, but people have been talking about a loneliness epidemic, a male loneliness epidemic, is what they phrased it as. No, I don't think that's what it is. I do think there is a loneliness epidemic, but I don't think it's a male loneliness epidemic. There are a ridiculous number of women who either don't date or have never dated, who aren't even really in the market. You would not believe that if you met them because, you know, they look very good or they take like really good care of themselves and they want to look good. They want to be attractive. They want to be, you know, ready for a potential date that they might, you know, encounter, but they don't socialize. They do not meet people. How are you supposed to get a date if you don't meet anybody? Oh, but that's difficult. Oh, but I have social anxiety. Oh, but this and that and another thing. And yeah, no, you do. You do have social anxiety. I agree. That is hard. That's difficult. That's fucking tough. Among everything else that's going on, and the fact that, you know, the economy is screwed, and the fact that people just are not very nice to each other lately, especially in the younger generation where everyone's, you know, looking for clout or something and they're trying to monetize every interaction they have. And like, what are you supposed to do? I like, even if you want to go and date, it feels like a minefield. That's tough for everyone involved. I think men just have been a little more outspoken about it and probably feel worse about it because for women, you know, if you're single, you are seen as, you know, making your own choice and, you know, you're just living your life. You're just enjoying yourself. You know, maybe you're improving yourself along the way. You're waiting for the right guy, which is valid. I don't want to take anything away from that. Good for you. You do that. If that's actually what's going on with you, I'm happy for you. Good. Do that. As long as you're happy, right? But for men, no. There's a lot of like negativity and, you know, putting down. But I don't necessarily think that that's a bad thing for these guys necessarily. But it can be a bad thing. It can be a very bad thing for them when they don't have any way to resolve that problem, which is where that whole manosphere stuff comes in and they start getting something, anything to help them along, even if it's douchey jackass advice, it still gets them further than doing nothing, which is what they were doing before. So I think we could use, you know, more positive male role models who are older and aren't, to put it very politely, basically the pet of their wife who they just happen to get picked by. We could use more guys, you know, who aren't that. Recent polling shows that only 25% of women have a positive view of men. I don't quite trust that number. That seems a little bit too low. I don't think it's high, but I don't think it's that low either. Like that just seems like it was probably skewed, or they phrased it in a goofy way or something. That's true. Yeah, until you're 40, and then you're just an old cat lady. But you know, uh, the thing is, I think a lot of people, men and women, have a negative view of interacting with the opposite sex, essentially, mostly, because of isolated instances. Yeah, it's that social media effect where it happened once, so it'll happen at me. No, it won't. But they don't know that. They don't have the experience like I do, or, my older siblings do, to say, well, no, just because one person was a jerk and like posted your DMs online and like ruined someone's life doesn't mean that's going to happen to you. But the risk is kind of scary, isn't it? And it seems to be happening more frequently as people get, as younger people get older, it seems more like quote unquote normal to them. So they do it more for, clout or whatever. And it's like, that's awful. Are you the youngest child? Yes, I am. It probably shows in some ways. I won't even like, yeah, it does. I know. I had nothing but bad real life experiences, including a girl following me from job to job to get me fired for sexual harassment. Yeah. And things like that happen. But I would say that the risk is a lot lower than people perceive currently. Like, dating isn't going to destroy your life, probably. As long as you behave. Especially if you behave. As long as there's nothing to, give someone reason to want to cause you harm, socially or physically, you're unlikely to encounter it. You should just show up, work for a pay period, complain till I got fired, then quit. That's insane. But yeah, for anyone, younger, maybe still in like high school or going into college or anything like that, I would say date as much as you can. I'll be blunt and say, I do not care if they are not your dream person that you expect to fall in love with and marry and all the things. Just date. Just date. Don't get in bed with them. Okay, you don't have to do that. That should not be your goal. Let's start there. Your goal is not to bed them. Okay, first thing. Your goal is to get experience socializing in that way. And maybe meet someone lovely along the way. But casual dates that don't go and, turn into like major risky adventures, those are good. That's a great way to start. That's how I started at like 14. I had a quote unquote girlfriend. We like kissed once, but we went on, quote unquote dates. And then eventually we broke up. It was whatever. It wasn't a big deal. There wasn't a lot on the line, And things have like increasingly gotten more serious since then with the dating that I've done. Throughout high school, it was a little more like, well, it could be something. It could turn into something eventually. Maybe. Probably not. Like maybe. Senior year, it's a little more, well, what's your plans for college? That sort of thing. And then in college, that person's probably not going to go that far away, at least for the colleges I went to. Nothing ever worked out like that for me, but like it did for a bunch of people I knew. But like I would not have been able to just talk to the cute girl in my college classroom if I had not spent the last 5 years dating, a variety of people. And it's like, you kind of have to work your way up to be able to be capable of a good, serious relationship. The first person you date is very unlikely to be the last person. So experience matters a lot. You could like, and there's nothing wrong with just getting experience, just seeing what's out there, what's dating like? I don't know. Go find out. I can't tell you about it. I can't tell you what it's like to go bowling with someone you think is cute or whatever. That's something you got to do for yourself. Go do it. What's the worst someone could say? No, ew. Who cares? The moment they don't want to do that, then, especially if they're mean about it, then you move on, Not that they like you discard them. Again, if they're like, oh no, thank you, then maybe they'll be your friend. That'd be cool too, right? Um, Again, when you're not putting a bunch of weight onto it, you're not like, oh my god, I want to marry them. Like if you're just like, oh, maybe get coffee. If they're like, no, I'm good, you'd be like, okay, cool. Like it's just not a big deal. You put low expectations on it of like what you're gonna do, and it becomes very easy for them to say no if they don't want to, which is good for you actually. Because then it doesn't turn into something later where they didn't want to do it in the first place, and like it's awkward and it's weird, and you don't want to they don't want to be there, and now you're awkward, so you don't want to be there. Like you don't want that. So you make it very easy for them to be like, no, I'm good. That's why giving someone your number is a great way to go about it. Be like, hey, can I give you my number? Of course, you don't open with that, but like, strike up a conversation somehow, some way. Like, oh, I'll give you my number. And if they don't reach out to you, that's your answer. They're not interested, not even in being friends. And that's fine. Whatever. Don't base your worth on it. It's not. Maybe they're busy. They have too many people to keep up with already. Maybe they have a partner already. So that would be kind of weird, right? Just take it and go with it. That's the worst they could say. Help police. True. But getting out there and just giving it a shot would do a whole world of good for a lot of people. I've talked to 2 people recently, 2 separate people, man and woman, completely separate. Both have never dated before, ever. They are adults. I think one of them has been on like quote unquote dates, but like they've never even, as far as I know, kissed anybody. So, not a lot of experience. And I've talked to them, and both of them have like these crazy expectations and conditions, and oh well, I wouldn't want to. I think both of them had said that they didn't want to date anyone online at all. Like they weren't even open to the possibility. They were just like, oh, well, I'd want to be able to. And it's like, hold up. I know both of you. Both of you do not leave the house except to do the things you have to do. You're not going out. You're not meeting anybody. All your circles are online. I know you. What do you mean you're not going to date online? That's the only people you know. Okay? What do you mean? You can't expect to get anywhere when you don't go anywhere. Come on. Like, I understand the apprehensiveness, but like, just a date? I didn't say marry him. I just said, maybe a little bit of flirting, some, stuff along those lines. Nothing committal. Maybe like the mild commitment of like, well, this will just be like between us for now until one of us decides to, do something else. But like, if you want to end it, like, it's cool. You can just like, let me know. It's, again, not a big deal, not a major commitment. And then, you go along those lines, just to, see how much you like each other. And maybe it can work. Maybe you do get more committed as you go, or maybe you don't. Maybe you back it off and you say, just not feeling it. And you either, part ways or just be friends, depending on like how awkward that might be, depending on how far you got. But there's nothing wrong with any of that. There's nothing weird about that. It's a person. You're still talking to a person. What is weird is when you're so deep down this rabbit hole of having this crazy idea, this crazy expectation, this concept of, oh, well, if they're not the perfect person, then why would I bother dating them at all? And then you're never going to get that opportunity because you don't go out, you don't meet people, and you have no experience. You have no way of getting to know that person that is that perfect person for you. So you're never going to get there. So what do you do instead? Well, some guys, well, they become parasocial weirdos. Other guys become strange. They get like really deep into something. It's strange in a good way. I should be clear. They get like really deep into a hobby or something and they just give up on dating. Or this is the brand new one. You make up a fake person in an AI app somewhere that will probably go down at some point. So you're going to lose her. You're going to lose her because you're a loser. And then you just have them pretend to be that perfect girlfriend that you never had, or boyfriend, and never probably will have at the rate you're going. Like, no, don't, of all the things, that's stupid. Don't do that. Like, that is, it's a waste of your money, because you have to pay for all of these. They're rather expensive to run, so they have to make money somehow. They're expensive. They ruin you socially and like your expectations for dating, because they are just, you know, a machine that nods its head essentially back at you and says, "Yep, yep, whatever you want, sir. Yep." It's just yes, man. That's all it is. So you're just getting back what it thinks you want to hear. That's not a relationship. You're not building anything. And you're going to be miserable one day when the place shuts down. When there's, I don't know, data loss, and the quote unquote girlfriend is now gone, reset. Like, it is just a path to misery. And I want people to be happy, but I don't want people to have fake happiness. I don't want that kind of approach to life to become like any kind of normalized. But I also don't want people to be miserable and alone because they can't find the other way out of it, which is just socialize. That's it. Meet more people. And don't get caught up on the format or the environment or any of those things. Don't get caught up on Jack, okay? Nothing. Don't let nothing stop you. Because it's not going to get any easier until you start doing it. Like, if I can give any kind of like fatherly advice, that would be it. To anyone younger, it would be just start doing things, start socializing, start talking to people more, get more experience, get more knowledge. You can't be wise without the experience. Can you give me motherly advice? That depends. What do you need advice on? That's a guy, once you get old enough, you really stop caring. Yeah. Tell me how to use the M1 Abrams. I cannot. I don't know how to use the M1 Abrams. I wish I did, but I don't know how. But I think if you read the manual, it will probably tell you. Oh, you know, here's the motherly advice. Have you tried reading the instructions? That's true, though. And to be clear, I'm not saying you have to date, but you should decide what you're going to do. If you're going to be depressed and upset that you can't date, well, then you wanted to date and you should go do that. There must be a like document somewhere on the War Thunder forum. I'm sure that's just out there. I'm pretty sure the manual for at least the original M1 Abrams is probably just on the internet. Period. Just out there. Because it's such an old platform. You know? For some of the newest tech, yeah, that might be harder to find. But just for operations, yeah, it's probably out there. Like, I haven't touched a woman in any intimate way in quite some time. I'm not upset about it, though. I'm not losing my mind. I'm not freaking out about it. I just haven't. It just hasn't happened. It's a tank. Push both levers forward to go forward, pull back to reverse, one at a time to turn. Well, that's driving. We're talking about everything. There's a lot of systems in that thing. Full operations, you know? That is red. Wow. That's bright red. Yeah, so I guess my point there is, if you're going to be single, it should be by choice or because you're kind of in between finding someone to spend your time with. And that in between can be a while, but like, don't be miserable. Just don't be miserable. You know, do what it takes to not be miserable. Want to play with someone again? It's been a minute, Felix. You're right. I was thinking about it today, but I didn't have I didn't have everything ready. I don't know what I'm doing tomorrow. If I'm not doing Outlast Trials, we might do a little bit of War Thunder. I'm gonna write it down, so don't forget. And we'll do something. Can you join Outlast Trials? I think we have a full team if we do it. Yeah, we have a full 4 stack. We only play with a 4 stack just because we do the what's it called? The roguelike. The roguelike. We do the roguelike. And you need 4 for that. Yeah. Me and Moki tried to do it just the 2 of us. We didn't get very far until it started to get really difficult. And then someone else joined, so it wasn't so bad. But it was like, it was a little stressful. Now officially call sex havers weird. Virginity is not over 60% for adults. There's no way. That's crazy. Which again, if you don't want to date, that's fine. It's just I'm sick of seeing guys try to like pawn off the issue on everyone else. You know, be like, oh, we're just horribly treated. Oh. And don't get me wrong, it's kind of true that yes, some women out there are quite evil and nasty, but so are men. Like there's some in either category. There's a lot of women who are very hesitant to like date in general. Again, because I think in part because of those few nasty people who have spread this idea that it's like this horrible hellscape out there if you go on a date. It's not. I mean, most people are quite nice. Most people are quite friendly. Yeah, most people are afraid to be mean to you. Like they would feel bad if they were mean to you. You know, so they'd sooner ghost you than say anything nasty. Does it mean some women will say something nasty? Yeah, unfortunately. But not all of them. Just, you know, don't go on Tinder. Don't try to get your date on Tinder and you'll probably be okay. You know, like that's just, don't do that. And then just socialize. That's it. That's all you have to do. Meet people. Most of the time, that's probably going to be online these days for younger people. And I think they have been, for some reason, led to believe that like you shouldn't date online. Almost everyone that I know, my age up to like 40, who has met anyone in the last 10 or so years, met somehow online. Whether from across the country or through a dating app. Not Tinder. I mean like actual dating services. The ones that actually try to match people up. There's a handful of them that are pretty decent, but I don't know. The list of what's actually decent for that changes. So do your own research if you want to do that. But also a lot of them just met through like online communities and stuff. If you have an interest and you meet a nice person who also has that interest and you share it and like you get along, is it really super important whether they live in the same town as you? Probably not. You can move or they can move. You know, if you guys fall in love, great. You can figure that out eventually, right? You know, people used to cringe at the stories from like 10, 20 years ago of people falling in love over World of Warcraft and getting married in the game. I attended one of those weddings. I was in the lineup. Yeah, I was one of the people kneeling on the side as they walked to the altar. That was awesome. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. Don't get caught up on it. You're still just meeting people and talking to them. Obviously, you know, be mindful of scams and things like that. Because, you know, that sort of thing can happen. People can take advantage. But, you know, don't assume that that's going to happen either. I've been open to that sort of thing in my life, and I've met 0 people who have tried to like scam me or something. And I've dated a few people online at this point throughout my life, and all of them were lovely women, and they've been great to me. All of them ended at some point or another. But it's just how it is. Punk. That's crazy. I think when I was 15 was the first time I dated a girl online. I still have her added on Steam. I think I still have her phone number, assuming it hasn't changed. It's been a long time since we talked, but like, I still know her. Talking about scams, a random dude messaged me on PlayStation saying 50,000 Gold Eagle giveaway event. No shot. But you know, rule 3 of the internet, that is such an old list, though. It's not true anymore. All women are men and all children are FBI agents. That second one should, I hope, I wish the second one were true. Okay, I wish it was. But all women are not men anymore. Most of them are just women. It's great. It's actually awesome. No, I can 100% confirm she was a woman. Just saying, I can confirm. 100%, definitely a woman. I'm pretty sure like almost exactly the same age too. So like it was crazy that we met at all. Because this was, you know, before Discord and everything. So we just kind of like ran into each other. Wait, what did you do, Felix? The dude said, I quote, no 50,000 GE giveaway for you, banned for all our community events and giveaways. What did you do to him? Did you put a shoe on her head? No, it's just, I knew her for quite a while before we dated. And we would do like Skype. You remember Skype? Yeah, we did Skype calls. So like we talked a lot. You didn't do anything? He just got angry at you for no reason? It's crazy. I don't understand. It reads like you like offended them or something. That's confusing. And yeah, the bad spelling is intentional. Usually. I don't think it always is. I think sometimes they're just bad at it. Because there's a line, right? Where at a certain point it becomes unreadable. And that's a problem, right? You can't have your scan be unreadable. But like minor mistakes are common. They're a good filter. Because you don't want the people who are going to get halfway through to up to the point where you're asking for information, and then they're going to go, I don't trust you, and then back out. They don't want those people. I'd rather have a Nigerian prince in my Gmail asking for money. True. You can just ignore the email, you know? A lot easier. God, that's a crazy way to try and scam someone. Try to offer them gold eagles. Oh, goodness. But yeah, I think people are just lonely and they don't know how to talk to each other anymore. You know, it's a skill I didn't think that everyone would just suddenly lose, but they have. People don't know how to go outside their little social circles. And I mean little, like they're tiny. They know like 3 people. I was like an antisocial introvert, broadly speaking, in high school, and I still had at least like 5 friends at any given time. And I knew a lot more people. I just didn't like them. Didn't want to be around them. They were annoying or something. And then, yeah, the bars. Yeah, the coof, as it were, killed human social skills. It did for a lot of kids, I think, like going through high school and stuff. And I think high schoolers around that time probably suffered the worst because that is, I think people think it's like middle school more than anything, but I think it carries into high school as well. Everyone from like middle school to high school during that time had their entire like social development screwed up pretty badly. And everything's just kind of, it's delayed, but there's not enough social time in high school, especially if you're near the end of that. But even if you're anywhere else in the process, it's just not a long enough period for them to get it back in the environment that kind of forces them to, which is what part of what schools do. They kind of force you to be social so that you can learn to do it correctly and effectively in society and function. And then, you know, in college, you kind of like refine that to become more capable of it and to take advantage of it to build connections and that sort of thing. Assuming you go to college. Otherwise, you know, in your trade, whatever you do after is where you can go and refine it and work on it. And it's good enough, you know? having a year or two. I think it was two. It was about two, right? I'm not forgetting everything. It was about 2 years, give or take, of just none of that. Where everyone was staying home. It's like, oh, yeah, that doesn't work out. And then a lot of people become, you know, socially awkward, to say the least. And the people who are socially like successful seem even more successful. So it kind of causes a stratification in a way. But no, like, point being, there's a lot of lonely women too. You just, for the guys who are like, oh, I just can't meet them. You gotta get out there. And I don't mean outside. Don't go outside. That place is awful. You've probably already tried that. You know, you've probably already done the things in your area that you're willing to go do. And again, just like yourself, the women who are in your situation who are lonely and would love to have someone to go places and do things with, and just can't because like they're alone. They don't have anybody. They're not going to just show up at that place. You're going to run into couples and people who already have someone and people who are otherwise like socially successful already. They're not there. They're also at home online, probably. Unfortunately, for a lot of them, they're not involved in communities online. I wish they would be, because again, that would be a good place to at least socialize, to at least make friends, if nothing else. I'm not saying, you know, everyone here should, if you're single, you should go try to find a date on Discord. You don't have to do that, but make some friends. You know, build some relationships. If you don't have any in real life, I say in real life, that's such a strange thing anymore. 10 years ago, it made a lot more sense, but now it's like there's a lot more blending that goes on. So just, you know, I guess it would be more accurate to say locally, if you don't have any friends local to you. Yeah. Yeah, I was going to say, like, and the things, I don't know where I would go to go hang out with people. There's like a few options that I can think of. Bowling is one of the places that you could, yeah, you can actually spend a little bit of time. If you're lucky, you might have a pool hall. That's a great place to spend time, but yeah, it's kind of a commitment for like an hour or so because you got to pay for usually time. You could go to a movie, but movies are kind of, it's hard to socialize at a movie. So that's not like an every time kind of a deal. Bars suck. I hate bars, so I wouldn't put that on my list. Other people might, but you know, it's loud usually, and just kind of focused on drinking, so kind of iffy on that for that reason anyway. But I guess if you had a nice bar that you enjoyed, that'd be a good option. Malls are dying, so you know, if you have one that's, you know, kind of popular, that might work out. Arcades are good if you have one, but they're expensive. So, you know, big trade off there. You're going to drop a few $100s if you go to an arcade for several hours with somebody. With a group of people, it's going to be more. Trying to think of what else could you do. There's not much. 3 hours, no game. I'm sorry. You're so right. Are you upset? Do you want me to play the game or do you want me to keep talking? What would you prefer? Has it been an arcade in this part of the country for 30 years? That's crazy. There's not a single Dave and Buster's anywhere near you. I like you just talking. Okay, cool. I'm probably just gonna finish it out this way. I didn't think I would be this like about it. I haven't gotten to just talk in a while, so. Oh, and 500 miles. Oh my god. No game. What do you mean, Zeke? Yay, just chatting stream. Yeah, I'm good at chatting. It's like my thing. If anything, prior I was wishing I could do this more, but I would like kind of run out of steam. I would get a little tired. You know, I would just want to kind of focus on something and not have to worry about what I'm going to say next. Because the anxiety made that really hard to do. To just like kind of flow into stuff. So I would second guess myself. You know, I'd be thinking about, oh, well, but if I bring that up, then, oh, which makes for, when I do have those long conversations, I think it helped a little bit, keeping things on topic and making sure that I was saying interesting things. But I mean, it sounds like today you guys are having a good time with it, and I'm not doing any of that. So I think it's working out anyway. Um, I guess that comes from what I was talking about earlier. Experience matters a lot. So a lot of my social experience comes from the internet, which is why I very much like the whole streaming thing where, I talk, you guys type, because that's a little bit closer to like what I'm used to, socially speaking, is talking to like a big crowd through text, or they're listening, but we're not having like a big 20-person conversation. It'd be like I was for a few years in charge of a community, and then I would say things. I would tell them like, here's what we're going to do. And this is my decision or whatever. Which crazy to think that 10 years ago I was making decisions and people were having to suck it up and deal with them. People who are financially speaking more successful than me, but socially not nearly as successful. So they didn't get the power to do that. They in those circumstances, you didn't want them to be, trust me. Which is crazy to think back on. But yeah, that was generally my experience. Was like making things that were presentable to large groups and stuff like that, of like 50 plus. So I do kind of fear the day, if it ever comes, that I have like hundreds of people watching, because that's going to start leaving my comfort zone in terms of like what I have done before, in terms of like crowds. I've talked to groups of my peers and things like that, as like a presenter under some pressure to actually present something useful and interesting and meaningful, which 97% of chat is lurkers. Yes, but I know that they're there. And so there's like a bit of a pressure on, I think I'll be okay as long as it doesn't happen suddenly. But if like 1,000 people showed up right now, I think I'd have a bit of like a anxiety attack. I don't think I'd have a panic attack, but like I would have very bad anxiety. Just because like, oh God, how do I present myself to them? I think I'd manage, but like, it would be crazy for me. It would be stressful. Stressful's the word. But yeah, anyway, I think the most stressful presentation I ever gave, while we're on the topic, is one that's it's a difficult topic. People don't like to talk about it, and I understand why, but it's like a really important topic, especially here in the United States. Other countries, it's important for them as well, but like they don't have the problems we have with this one. And it was about prison. You can see where I'm getting. This was about a data science internship I did, where I needed to do an internship for college. And I talked to my professor and I was like, hey, I really like the data science course. I think, there's enough for me to do like a research internship on this topic. And I can give, a little presentation or something about prison statistics over time. Obviously, this was a statistical analysis. It wasn't a social analysis. It wasn't a legal analysis. I wasn't trying to suggest anything. There were some interesting notes I had about like things that might have impacted the statistics. But it was a really fascinating look. But I had to be really careful about the phrasing to make sure I did not venture into those areas. And I think I only presented that in front of like 30 of my peers. So like people who were very close to graduating, as well as my professor. And that was stressful because they all know everything that I know about doing the thing that I did that I'm presenting to them. And there will be questions later. And my professor, of course, could ask questions as well. So I made sure to be like very prepared. And again, also to make sure that nothing I said was in any way incorrect or not backed by fact, or was specifically noted as, this is interesting to know that X thing happened around this time, and then we saw this particular like change in statistics, that could be something to look into. But just for an overview, for anyone curious, one of the interesting statistics I found was that I'm trying to remember the terms they used. They used some racially insensitive terms, so I won't use those. But the African American population of prisons was, and I take this as a positive, declining over time. The thing is, you might say, oh, that must be, something great must have happened in the time frame that it was. I think it was like 2008 to like 2020 or something. I think maybe the federal data went back a little bit further. But that's tough to say. And this is why, this is a statistical analysis. Those statistics are about things that can last for over 60 years. You can get sentenced to prison for a very long time. Life, I have like 20 years of data. I don't have enough data. Like, I legitimately just do not have enough data to come to any conclusion without some kind of massive, like, meta-analysis of law and, arrest rates and conviction rates and all this other data. I don't have it. So I don't know why that happened. It's probably a good thing. I mean, the whole prison population was declining in general. But the African-American population was declining faster than all the others relative to its population prior. So like the actual like slope of the line was increased. So that would imply that at some point, either something changed, right? Something changed about enforcement or what people were doing or something. I don't know. There were a few things I noted. One of the things was, I think in New York State, the stop and frisk laws were changed. They could no longer just randomly stop people and search them. Which, if I'm not mistaken, that was just straight up unconstitutional. But whatever, we'll just set that part aside. They stopped doing that, and then New York saw a very steep decline in their population very shortly after. So that probably tells you something about that particular law, but only because I happen to know about that one. And people talked about it a lot because it had a big impact. So that probably had something to do with that, and just general, attitudes. But it kind of opened my eyes doing this to the fact that statistics are very easy to lie with. Because if I wanted to make any message, I could have made a message in there that was like horrifically racist, or I could make one that makes it sound like the government's freaking awesome, or that they're evil, or that they're not doing enough, or I don't know, you could say a lot of awful things using the numbers I had in front of me, if I manipulated them correctly. Obviously, I wouldn't do that, but there are people who will. And that is very concerning. Because I saw very clearly, like, oh, I can't look at it that way because that says this, and that's just not true. I know that's not true. But like, it just twists the data. It just presents it in a way that looks really bad and implies a lot of things that aren't true because of this or that. So I won't do that. But if someone has a motive, it's really easy. It's real easy. And it's like, this is heavy stuff. I'm not. I'm kind of scared of this. For anyone in data science, they probably know what I mean. Anyone maybe in computer science, depends. Maybe they took a statistical analysis type of course, but maybe not. Depends. Data science. Some schools do it. I think mine was an elective. I really wanted to do it because I wanted to know more about it. Kind of like feel like I opened a Pandora's box, of like, holy shit, this is evil. There are lies, damn lies, and statistics. Statistics are the worst because you think they're true. Because let's say, right, if I wanted to make that look bad, what would I have done? I would have created a graph that didn't show the population change. I would have ignored that. Like the rate of different ethnicities and how it was trending down really fast, which implies that, well, something changed, and it probably wasn't just people because humans are just humans. So, probably something about enforcement in there somewhere, or laws, or, you know, something. I'll be upfront. I'm a little bit left leaning, so I'm inclined to believe that the people doing the enforcement changed something somewhere, whether it's their fault or the law or the government or whoever. Up to you, but you get the idea. Largely, at least, it's probably mostly their fault that that number was way out of whack. And oh, look, over time, as people have gotten less evil, you know, that number's, you know, kind of collapsing down into, well, everyone just, you know, people just do bad things sometimes. Kind of a line. It's going there. Okay, sure. The Freakonomics author says the fall in crime was due to abortion. Maybe. Honestly, maybe. I don't know. That could be possible. And for a lot of reasons, people would probably assume that like it's for a very simple reason. It's a very complicated issue for how abortion impacts people economically, mentally, and how that impacts the kid if you don't get an abortion. It's like there's a lot going on, but yeah, but it's complicated is the point. But anyway, if I wanted to make it look bad, I would ignore the whole statistic about all of that stuff that I think is, you know, generally like a positive thing for like a very like centrist kind of like opinion that I could present to people of just like, well, humans are just human. Crosses hands, or, you know, scholar's cradle perhaps on that one. Yeah, humans are just humans. Very simple. But if I wanted to be, you know, evil, I would remove that, get rid of that one. And it doesn't look good for my point, right? What you would look at instead is you would select crimes that are overrepresented in whatever population you're trying to make look bad. I'm trying to remember. I didn't do that, so I don't actually know the numbers. But off the top of my head, I would guess that if you wanted to make the Hispanic population look bad, I think that's what they categorize them as. It's a legal definition, so it is important to use the right phrase, or at least something close enough to it. If you wanted to make that population look bad, what you would do is you would select drug crime, and you would focus in on that because it makes them look bad, because they, you know, and let's be real, most of the people that's referring to are in federal prisons for trafficking across probably the Mexican border. Like that's where that comes from. Because we're really harsh on that kind of crime. They are probably in prison for the next 40, 50, 60 years. So, you know, once they're there, they stay there for a long time and they get counted every year. So again, another statistical thing about like the longer the crime is, the more represented it is in statistics. But you would say, oh, this percentage of these people commit these crimes. And you would, you know, rephrase the category of crime to make it sound bad, right? That's what you would do. Technically, you would not be lying. But technically, you'd be a piece of shit. Like, yeah, it's awful. Don't do that. But people do. And, you know, you could do the same thing for every other population. There is some particular type of crime that everybody, you know, if you pick any category, whites, Asians, African Americans, Hispanic, I think I take that back. You would have a lot of trouble with Native American. I think that would just be difficult because it would be very hard to get people over the fact that is just a very small population. So it's really hard to say anything, you know. I think that would just give you trouble. Period. Like people would just be like, really? Like I just don't believe you. Like there's just no prejudice for people to use against them there, as far as I know. Like I've never heard of Native Americans, they do all the, like, no one's ever said that as far as I'm aware. There might be like a particular place where you could get away with that, but like in most of America, I don't think that would fly. I think people would just look at you funny, like, what's this guy talking about? That'd be your reaction. So Maybe that's the one that's like an exception. But of the major like categories, I guess, that they have for the federal data, you wouldn't get anywhere trying to argue with it either. Like if you got a statistician on like CNN or something, right, to try and argue with these statistics, to fact check them, you wouldn't be able to, because technically they're true. The best you could do is clarify what that means and where it comes from. And trying to explain that, it's not going to work. And that's frustrating. That's really frustrating because it's just a little too complicated. It just is. And I'm not calling people stupid. I'm saying that, like, to get from here to there and to explain all that, like, that's a class. That's like a class worth of information that you have to get into someone's head over a statistic that they probably agree with emotionally, right? Like, they want to believe it and they want to believe the things that it implies. And now you're trying to get them to like sit through a college course to prove them wrong. You just can't do it. You're not going to be able to do it. It's frustrating, but that's just how it is. You have to attack that issue other ways. I hate statistics. I love statistics, but I hate statistics. It's just rough. It's so bad. Like, it's amazing what it can do for you, right? What it can inform you of when you don't poison it. But the moment you do, it's just awful and evil. Why are you shoveling? See, what'd you do? What did I do? Did I do something? I know I was on a rant about statistics, but it's just it's something I can't say enough times. Don't trust statistics, especially when they're too simple, because none of them are simple. I could show you guys some of the graphs I had for that, if anyone was interested. They are complicated, but I can explain them. It'll just take like probably a few minutes per graph. But people don't like that kind of graph. If you see that on the news or something, or on a, I don't know, well, I guess on the news, but like online, right? If they show you a graph that has 10 lines on it, your eyes glaze over and you ignore it. It's like it never existed. Unless it basically has to be either a one item chart that just like shows you a number going up or down or not changing. Something really simple like that, or a pie chart. It's not one of those two. You're not looking at it. How am I supposed, like, how is anyone supposed to deal with that? How are statisticians supposed to navigate that? Kind of don't. The ethical way to deal with that is to not show the graph. If you can't find a good one to show your information, you don't. You just explain it in simple terms. Like that one I mentioned with the different populations. You would have to oversimplify it down to just like, here's how many it went down by each year. That's what you'd have to do. You'd have to present it just as that. You couldn't put all the graphs together like you would for like a college level presentation where people can actually, they know how to read a graph. They've been through the classes, right? You're presenting it to the general population. You can show them one graph, preferably with bars or a pie chart, and that's it at a time. The simpler, the better. And again, not calling people stupid. It's just they're not around graphs all the time. You know, your plumber does not deal with complicated graphs. They might deal with a few graphs, but they don't deal with ones that have 3 axes and 10 different plots going across it. They're just not doing that. And if they are, they've been trained on it. Like it's a very specific like industry type of thing. Tables are actually pretty common in the trades for more like complicated things. They just have tables where they look stuff up instead of doing any math themselves, because, well, that would be silly, wouldn't it, if you did it every time? Might as well just have a table. So, you know, and it varies, but point being, yeah, I hate statistics. It's frustrating. I hate how it's used. It's probably the right way to phrase it. I hate how statistics are used to poison people's opinions against what they would actually believe if they truly knew what was happening. And I think that's the frustrating part more than anything else is, if you talk to someone and they cite a statistic that's just wrong, it's just wrong. It's just not true, or it's horribly misleading, or anything like that. And it's like, I know you wouldn't agree if you knew for sure that you were being lied to and misled. Like this person I'm talking to, they're not a bad person. They're not evil. They just genuinely believe this thing that makes what they're saying or thinking make sense. It would almost be easier if they were just authentically evil and they just didn't care. That would make things a lot easier in that sense. Anyway, how did we get on this topic? How'd that happen? The hell happened there? Oh, right. My experience talking and presenting. As you can see, I've had a fair bit of it. I don't fucking know. You just talked. No, I know how we got here. I was talking about my experience presenting and the most stressful experience I ever had while presenting something. The most stressful presentation. Why are you hitting me? What did I do? Do you not like it when I talk, Zieg? You don't want to hear me? Too much tay for you? I'm being shaken violently. But no, I remembered. I got it. I got it. Yeah, no. Getting experience with presenting and talking to people and socializing is good. Even if you're not a super social person. I'm not. Is my fucking logo going on the belt thing? Don't call me that. It's mean. I can't read that out, Z. And Twitch might bonk you for it more than anything. I don't know. Do they? Does Twitch care about that one? I don't know. You can say that. Okay. Well, no, you can't say the other one. I know that much. When's it going on there? When I get the next design update. Because they hate gays. I don't think that's why. I'll be real with you. I don't think that's the reason. On the hangers, I'm putting everyone on there when I get my next change done. So whenever my next update is, which at the rate I'm going, it'll probably be like, my plan is about 6 months. It might be earlier. My plan is about 6 months. So hopefully by like, what would that be, my 2-year anniversary? I'll have something either in the works or done. Somewhere around there. So what's the current month? 5. Okay. Well, maybe it won't be ready for my 2-year. If that's the time frame it ends up following. But that's that's what I'm thinking. If things go faster, that's great. But if it goes slower, so be it. I'm not in a rush. I'm trying to get it right, rather than perfect. Or no, I should say, rather than perfectly timed, I want it to be perfectly good. That's what I was thinking. Got a little bit ahead of myself there. So, Zeke, did I show you the stuff I got from Moki and Pup? I think I did. I can't remember anymore. I've been talking to too many people. I probably did, but who knows? I can send it again if you don't remember. It'll take me 2 seconds. Maybe more than 2 seconds, but I'll get it. Don't you worry. Here. There we go. I can just forward you a message that basically says the exact same thing that I just said. That's funny. I don't think I have anything else yet. Interesting GIF. You saw? Okay, cool. Yeah, it's I'm happy with everything so far. I've gotten ideas from everything that I've calmed, including did I show you what Eris sent me? There's some stuff there that I'm gonna take as well. But everybody's cooking. It's going pretty well. I'm just waiting on getting the tail sorted out before I start trying to like merge things together and get that worked out. I am probably looking at a different model artist in the future, or at least a different person doing like the rigging. I like what Gnome does with the art, but it's hard to communicate with them about like the rigging and the setup and everything. And I think I would benefit a lot from getting someone who I can like sit in a call with and talk to about like concerns and other things that I have, questions, get some advice maybe on how to like fine tune it. Things like that I think would be beneficial. So I'd like to hire someone who is a little more like available for that sort of stuff. Obviously it'll cost a lot more and that's fine. I can live with that. But you know, we'll see. I also want to see like what Gnome has done recently when I get ready to calm that. Because I feel like as I refine it, I also want to like progressively get more invested, let's say, in models and things like that. Where I'm hoping this next one will basically be done. Where it'll basically be like, yeah, no, I'm happy with this. And I think it's really close to that. If it's not there, it's really close. Because a lot of the things that I'm changing are things that I knew I wanted to change, or I tried something different with this version right now that I have. But like, just, you know, it didn't pan out quite as I hoped, or it caused some kind of issues. So I'm going to revise it again, or you know, stuff along those lines. You know. Anyway, we can play the game. We can do that. I have it open, actually. I've been sitting here staring at the screen for a little while. We can do a little bit of that. Let's hop over. I'm gonna move the. No, where is it? I'm gonna slide back down here so you guys can see the game. Here we go. I haven't played this in a little while. Facts are chains that bind perception and fetter truth. In other words, we don't care about the facts. That's not important. A dagger in the dark is worth 1,000 swords at dawn. Ooh. I don't think I've read these ones before. That's a good one.
Well, supply runs have got a bit airy lately. Can't blockade what you can't see, can you?
You gonna pitch in on the current crisis? You know where the mission terminal is?
Okay, let's see. What are we doing? Probably just quick play, yeah. We'll do one on Malice just so I can get back into the groove. Before we try anything too difficult.
I have something special for you today.
Pause the
Wellwood agents have confirmed the location of the Karnak twins.
Might turn it back on if, you know,
the twins have made something of
the game doesn't put enough music on. It's happened before. It's actually pretty frustrating.
If anyone knows where Wolf is hiding, it's them.
Oh, no one's complained yet, but I did bump up my gain a little bit, so let me know if it's like a little bit too loud on the mic side. I'm hoping it's not.
So this mission is strictly off the books.
I know in the last one, I went back and I looked at the VOD, I was a little quiet. Oh. Oh? I'm gonna complain now. Oh, okay. What's wrong with it? Can't tell if there's actually something wrong.
I've warned you before about your obsession with Walther.
This isn't obsession, it's strategy. We need to fight back.
We will, but not yet. Plans are in motion.
And how many more will die while you scratch at your data slate?
You must not let it become personal. Walther's time will come.
Yes, it will.
These people yap a lot. Oh, couldn't be me. Not at all. Oh, guy had to settle down. Everybody here? Okay. Pretty sure the next time the boss is gonna come here is yep, right here.
I see women's tendrils. My turn.
You are not in control here, Zola. They are.
Get up, Shrek. We can't lose you here. Crazy how he ended up here.
Oh, you got.
Hounds closing in. Stay alert.
We've got moving to position. Don't let just a
You're a trapper.
Fox chatter confirms that enemy forces are converging on the strike team's location.
They will keep moving. Stay ahead of them.
You're not listening, Zola. I applaud
Ooh,
initiative.
it's fire.
But the Warband cannot afford willfulness. Grendel will not tolerate it.
Grendel gave me a free hand.
You know how we have labored to undermine movement around. Everyone is expendable, yes, even this.
Is this
strike
dog
team.
okay?
But if they die here
Oh,
and
that's
now,
not my dog. That's not Leah. That's something else.
You'll do weeks of work.
Oh, right. So with this one, we didn't have to stand here and do a little defense thing because we have to fight the twins. I kind of prefer that. The defense sections can be fun, but only if you move between them pretty quickly. I do find when they stay in the same room for too long, it gets really kind of boring.
No entrance via main gate.
It's a fine line to walk. Like there's one, it might even be this mission. We might see it at the end here. But there's one that's pretty bad. Okay, there we go. That shock mine will do quite a bit worse.
Traffic down.
There she goes.
Yes, with the veteran.
I like that you don't shoot your own dog, so you can shoot through it to hit the enemy that they're on top of. That's a fucked up sentence I just thought of. I can shoot whoever Leah's mounted to kill them. I feel like this is meaningful in some way. I have no idea how, but
Return to the straight.
354 1397. Where the hell would you use that?
What a feast you'll make!
Oh, hello, everybody. God damn.
Nuncio Aquila out.
Oh, come on. There, okay, there we go. I was like, oh, don't make me climb the ladder.
I felt that one.
Bet you did feel that one. Beat the crap out of you.
The traitor Voxnet is ablaze. If you want to extract your team, it must be now.
I have to get to Wolfer. I have to know.
No. What?
I...
Very well. Explicator Zola, I relieve you of your responsibilities to this mission.
No, you can't. You can't.
Strike team, do try to stay alive. I will arrange extraction.
We're leaving. Such a pretty game. I say that, though, I feel like Vermintide 2 isn't much less pretty, even though it came before this one. Fairly certain on the same exact engine. But, you know, I don't really feel like they need to do any more than they already do.
Judgment is here, let's breakers.
Made spaghetti. We swapped over to the game. I yapped for a little bit longer, but we did. I decided to at least play a little bit of the game that I said I would play. So that's what we're doing now. How's your sketty?
Lieutenant Masusi, the strike team requires immediate extraction. Yes. Yes, I see. Understood. Alternate extraction is not available. The only way out is through. You want to take no chances. No fancy work. No prisoners. Kill anyone in your path, including
We are playing one of the easier, not the easiest, but I haven't played this in a while, and I wanted to make sure I was like ready to go before I just drop in. And, not the hardest difficulty I can play, but like the hardest one I think I can manage with the gear I have now. Oh, Pup, you showed me your what you were working on there. Does that mean you are streamer, or are you working on that still?
Patch your bones.
Future plan type thing.
Don't they look desperate, brother? If only we could make this last.
You never changed, sister. Still playing with your food.
There's no flavor.
Still crazy to me that you like just met everyone basically. Just do IRL. I've been wanting to do VTuber? Okay. IRL like face cam, or were you just like holding an iPhone up? There's our fan. Our only fan. Oh, this Jerican guy has like a rough build, I think. Looks like he should. I love this. His camera did cosplay streams a lot. I was making stuff. Ooh, that's pretty cool. I've never shown my face on this website, or any website for that matter. Wow. One of the twins just said, nah, that's my man. Holy shit. I mean, I know some VTubers who do both, basically. I know some people who just do face cam, but they hang out with VTubers. So you really can just do whatever you want. Oh, we're fine because I nuked it. I mean, if you weren't big or anything, you probably don't have to worry about. Dude, that was a good call dropping that just now. If we were on a higher difficulty, those guys would have just cooked us up as we got here. But this would have saved us. Yeah, I mean, at least you have some experience with that. How do you feel about like your confidence and such? I would hope that helped a lot with making sure you're confident. Not having to show your face probably would make it a lot easier in that sense. Come on, come on. We're so scared I'll have technical difficulties. Don't worry, I got you. That's like my thing. It's like technical setup and testing. depending on what you want to do, it might be, you know, easier or harder, but I can do it whatever you do.
No foe is too fast for judgment.
Okay. We did it.
Tidily accomplished. Your extraction is waiting. It's not
Very
exactly
exciting. Yeah,
a
yeah.
textbook, but be assured.
You know, like the RGB that you see. Oh, you hit that button again. That RGB, I had to code that. That's not like, I didn't get my artist to do some magic. They probably could, I just didn't ask them to. But I realized I could do it myself with code. So I built a little script into StreamerBot that just cycles the colors for me. You can do a lot of things with that if you like know how, but it is time consuming if it's not like something you're gonna do regularly. I do have, let's see. Maybe I don't have it on my deck. I should, but I don't think I do. Okay. Well, I have presets that set my colors to like cycle through things for Christmas and things like that. It's very, very goofy, very fun. Find it.
I suppose all's well that ends in something other than complete enough.
Skip that. Those guys are annoying. They're just talk and talk and talk. Okay, let's see. Where is it? Yeah, here it is. Christmas. I forget how long it runs for. Christmas Day? Yeah. I don't want to run it because it'll probably run for a while, but it flashes through the different colors on the different pieces of armor. Let me see how long this runs for before I hit any buttons. Okay, it's only 50 seconds. That's not bad. Like less than a minute. It's I gotta. There we go. And it'll run through it. I did something similar for my 2.0 debut announcement, and nobody saw the video, and I wanted to cry. But I did a really good job with it. I wonder if I still have it. Hold on. I don't know if I have it on my computer still. Let me take a look. Let me take a look. Let's see. Editing. Nope, not there. Not there either. Maybe I'll put it here. Nothing there. Not there for sure. Where else could I have put it? Honestly, I probably got rid of it. I was probably upset and got rid of it. Because I don't see it anywhere. It's not in any of my files. It could be around. I just don't know where I put it, but think I just deleted it from this universe. It's probably on like Twitter or something though. Let me go find it there. One more moment, please. What am I looking for? I'm looking for... I did like a debut tease type thing that I posted. Before I revealed my 2.0 model, my current one. I did a really cool effect that I cannot explain it, but it came out really good. I'm having to dig. It is back. Here we go. Wow, that was a while ago, wasn't it? God, how am I gonna get this? How am I gonna get my own video? That's annoying that I can't download it easily. Oh, here we go. Oh no, I have to have premium to download my own post. Okay. Sure thing. Okay, well, this will be in like potato quality. But it'll be better than nothing. Okay, give me just a second here to set this up. I have to show it to you. God. Video. Oh. OBS did not like me doing that. Uh-oh. Okay, it survived. Okay. Go down. Nope. The audio isn't working. For me, anyway. It's also the wrong size. That. Fix. Okay, there we go. Yeah, this was like a teaser, a 24-hour teaser for my new model, and literally nobody saw this unless I sent it to them. Because Twitter just hates me, I guess. I don't know. I don't know why. I'm pretty sure I posted it on Blue Sky too, and it didn't really get me anywhere. Anyway. Yeah, nobody see it. Nobody saw it. Yeah. Why about it? It is. I was really happy about it. I'm just sad that nobody freaking saw it. I put a lot of work into it. Wait for my nap. Hi, Dem. It's like 7:30 where you are. What are you doing napping in the middle of the day? You'd be proud of me, Dem. I walked a mile and I lifted some weights today. It wasn't anything crazy, but I exercised. Be very proud. Don't get to thinking I'll do it all the time, though. So let's not get ahead of ourselves. But I don't know if I told you, Dem. I'm on medication now, and it is helping a lot. I'm very energetic. I've spent almost this entire time just chatting. Pup, did I ever show you? I think I did. I think I did show you the hoodie art of me, the questionable hoodie art, the sus hoodie. I think we put that up last time. Yeah, everything that I've actually put a lot of effort into, you haven't. What the heck? Everything I've put a lot of effort into and posted on like socials or YouTube or anything, nobody sees it. And I want to like cry every time because it's just it's so frustrating to do a ton of work. I made one short actually that I was really proud of. I put a lot of work into it. And every website that I posted it on, all the different shorts platforms, nuked me for like basically no reason. I was talking about Nikkei and one of the guns in it. And I was just talking about the game and like the history of it, which is a ton of different channels do stuff like that. I just wasn't allowed to do it, I guess. Maybe I wasn't grandfathered in or something as a gun tuber or something. I don't know how the hell that all works, but I was just not allowed. Gotten a little bit of trouble. Okay, let me find it. I can definitely show you this one. We can put the goon corner up. Internet hates you. Sometimes I feel like that's true. But then I remember that it's mostly just like... So a lot of the algorithms now are run by either something like AI or some other kind of LLM. LLM. Yes, that's right. I thought I mixed it up with MLM for a second. I was like, nope, got to think about that. But no, it feels that way. But really, it's just first mover bias, essentially. All of the big accounts on every platform are really stuck there. Like you have to intentionally destroy your own like position to let anyone else in. And then because there is like this hierarchy, this expectation, it kind of puts a soft cap on a lot of different things and a lot of movement and things like that. So what the algorithms expect to be possible and expect people to want to see and expect of this and expect of that is all based on the past. And it leaves very little room for innovation that isn't corporate. That isn't like pushed by corporate. Anyway, here's the art. This was made by Spaceborger. Here's the goon corner for you. But yeah, no, it's very much just the internet is biased towards the people that were there first in whatever niche you're in. They always get like the number one, essentially. Gee, it's all over the screen. Uh-oh. There's another one I can send you. I cannot show it because I'm streaming to YouTube as well. I can't show them that. They'll string me up over there. This one is like kind of pushing it, but it's not too bad. We have this one as well. It's sending. Inactivity detected. Yep, that's me. Here, we'll just leave the goon corner up for now. Wait, would it be better if I did, I'll do this one. There we go. Wait a minute. Wait a gosh darn minute. What happened to the dogs? What the heck? Where are the dogs? Off center. What happened to them? Oh no. What happened? Oh, all my sources got moved. What the frick? I didn't even notice. I feel stupid. Why are they like this? What the fuck? Oh my god, thank you, Dem. What the heck? The dimensions are wrong. What's going on here? What the heck? That's there. Bear with me. I don't know what I did, but I somehow broke everything. That's fine. That's not fine. That's fine. Okay, then. I don't like this at all. I don't know what I did. Okay, there we go. With the game running, I can actually see.
For all that Interrogator Vanek wishes otherwise, Exiles
There we
Vault's
go, cool.
Fireside 13 remains one of the Admonition Cult's key transfer stations. Reports from the 53rd's reconnaissance spearheads indicate that a new iteration of the Blight is now awaiting dissemination. It is paramount to the war effort that you retrieve all viable samples without delay. God Emperor.
Okay, I'm gonna need to like fix this manually later, but that should be better. I didn't know it was so messed up. God, it's still long. Oh my god. Well, this is not going well. I actually kill a demon host. This is Darktide. Warhammer 40k Darktide. Although, apparently my whole OBS scene got like screwed up, so that's cool.
I suggest you hear. Is it dead? I hope.
The Exemplar fights with the strength of the saints.
The heretics don't know what fear is. We're gonna teach them.
They may be slow to learn.
Good. Hurts more.
Charming.
Okay, I think the game's at least mostly in frame. Anyway, there's your goon corner, everybody. I think everything should be fine now. Get my things organized again. Ooh, I'm a bit of a mess. Close enough.
Shotgunner coming at us! Now, the real fight!
There we go, got that guy. When they get marked with that purple, pinkish aura around them, blue maybe? I haven't looked that hard at the color. Yeah, it's like purplish.
Kill that
If I kill them, I get a permanent damage buff for the rest of the match. So that's pretty great.
Well, he went everywhere.
Or is it a damage buff against special enemies? I don't know. It's a buff though. And I want that. So that's why I target them. I think the game is back in frame. I don't know what broke it. I think adding that video source earlier just kind of like broke something. Was it like that during, like, before I did that? Or am I just like... Am I crazy? And I just never noticed that my game was totally off-center. I don't know. But damn, you should be able to go back. If you're so inclined. You don't have to. But I know you have the option to scroll back.
Though I won't be the weak, I remain strong.
Subjectivity like that gets you killed.
Hive has been permitted to decay. Lamentable.
Spit and polish, that's all it needs.
Bad puppy.
Pick up the pace. We're not finished yet.
Don't like when they jump at me.
Is done well than done hastily.
I need that.
Think that through. Are you certain?
Ooh, got him. I was worried I'd have to really... There's not much of a difference? Okay. It must have been the video that I loaded that, like, almost crashed my OBS that did it. Probably caused something to reset, and it just freaked out. Hopefully nothing else is wrong. Didn't even think about that. It was crashed today, too. I went to go add a video source, and it just froze. Bonk. Last deal. Delicious. I will eat it. Wouldn't that be interesting if you could mix plastic and steel? I'm assuming that's what plasteel is supposed to, like, be some weird alloy.
All things considered, I would prefer not.
But imagine if you could somehow do
Now
that.
be able to realign the cargo elevator, clearing your onward path.
I wonder if anyone's ever given that, like, a serious try. Man, with all this, like, extra energy I have, I'm a lot better on, like, the flick and everything with aiming and whatnot. Maybe I got bad at shooters just because I got too depressed. No, it's better than usual. Normally I'm whipping, but I've been pretty good. Damn, you literally just need to turn down your aim sense. Like, you're too twitchy. You get panicked and you do one of these. Which, that took a lot of effort for me to do that. I don't normally do it. But you do it all the time. Actually, here's a question for you, Dem. Ooh, look at that. That's a bonus. Right there. Is your, like... I don't know what to say. Your wrist? Does your wrist rest on the table, or do you move your whole hand? Move your whole hand? Try resting your wrist, actually, just like leaving it there, and just move your fingers, essentially, and like rotate your wrist a little bit to do your mouse movements. Move your hand less. Try to let it rest, as you could say. That might help you. But you should also lower your mouse sense. The big movements. Yeah, you want about like 270 degrees roughly without looking at your hand. Roughly. It's, you know, person to person. Oh, make sure to like and repost Tiefling's debut announcement post and his model reveal post. Everyone should do that on Twitter and Blue Sky, and or, you know, whichever one you got, or both.
Everyone should have a skill.
He's an important friend. He should get all that engagement and stuff. Make him happy. I think he'll enjoy it. I would sit here and tell you he deserves it. I don't know. I mean, he's a pretty lax guy. He's kind of chilling.
Don't romanticize it.
Deserves it for being a friend? Yes. The amount of effort he's put in? I don't know. He's pretty tight-lipped. He could totally not deserve it at all. I wouldn't know. He doesn't tell me much about his process. So, I'll let you discern that.
Vicarious' bones. What a magnificent sight. Decayed almost to nothing.
But, you know, I think.
They will still
think it's
serve
still
the God Emperor. Strike team.
that and like it's free, you know. Just like in Repost. And he's got it secret. You hear that guy spamming his little clicker?
I should get back to the squad. Go there!
Thanks, bud. Yeah. It's like that scene with Gandalf. Fine then. Keep your secrets. Come on. There we go. Oh, hey, Tiefling. I'm being slandered live. Oh, now you come back. Hi, Nero. What are you both doing here? That's interesting that you both show up at the same time. Don't forget to do your dailies, everybody. Reminder. Listen, I'm just saying I don't know. You're making out? That's fucked up. You didn't even invite me. I don't know that I would have, but like, I would have appreciated it. That's what I'm saying, Dem. No invite. Yeah, I bet it was. Need a crying, need a sample crying sound effect. Dem, hook me up real quick. I can't make it up that quickly. I'm a decent actor, but I'm not that good of an actor.
Retry. Resume.
Freaking kidding me. What am I making up? No, I need you to find me a sound effect of someone crying so that I can fake cry. To make them feel bad, you know. Dang, the girl got nuttin'. Switch back up so I can see other things. Did Teef claim yet? I think Teef did earlier. You know, I wasn't slandering you, Keith. I wasn't slandering. I was actually telling everyone to go like and repost all your stuff. I was just saying, like, I don't know if you deserve it because I literally don't. Get the star stream. It was more a lack of knowledge thing than like. I'm not saying you don't. I'm just saying I don't know if you do because you don't tell me like how hard you work on stuff. You don't tell me about your process. It's like we're not even friends. That's hilarious. I stole it. Oh, you bastard. Come on. There you go. Oh, yeah. I don't know. Maybe you didn't put in much work. I don't know. Maybe you paid someone $5 and like you just said do whatever. And, like, you know, I don't know. I don't know what you did. I don't know how hard you worked on it. You know, like the process, you know. Step by step, you know, the things you're worried about, the things you're working on, etc. Me and Nero talk about stuff like that all the time. I keep making fun of Nero. When he tells me about that, he makes fun of me, and it all works out. Work on it, like bouncing on it. No, no.
Do I need one?
If anything, Nero should make fun of me more. I don't think he's very good for it. He's not built for it, you know?
I'm not sure it really changes anything. I am very...
Low-key, I'm starting to think he enjoys it when I give him grief. I'm not sure.
A heretic bastion out in the Forbidden Wastes. I'd stake my reputation on it.
I don't know, he kind of freaky, you know? Hard to say.
But I concur.
Excellent. Do I taste the smoke of honest battle on the wind? Tight, wake up, man. Tell engines near Outback 12 that I want Lionheart roused for battle.
Patience, Knight Commander.
Just being prepared.
That's my metal R's to translate my current PNG into their style. Nice.
What a glorious day.
It is ours to improve if we strive for it.
No one can be as
Oh
kind
shit.
as you can.
We're just getting cooked. You know, what kind of process? Did you not like do anything, or did you just like hand it off to him? That's it. You just said, yeah, just do it. That's it. You see it? The tiefling is done. Nike, just do it. Yeah, bro took a fucking page out of Shia LaBeouf. Just do it. You just did it. It's just done, you know? It's that easy.
Shot sighted on my part. Apologies.
One of the important things if you're playing Darktide is not to leave any teammate behind a drop-off like that, because you can't go back. I try not to do it. Sometimes it'll happen, you won't mean to, and like, it'll just happen. You try not to. Because they can get jumped by like a dog or something, and they're just dead. They're just cooked. It's also why you should stay with the team, so you don't end up being that one that gets left behind like that. I guess if you're an Arbitine, it's not quite so bad, because you got your dog to help you. But for the rest of the classes, we don't get that luxury. Down to that. We're up.
Zealots filled with purpose. Liabilities are forever in need.
I am surprised.
There were a few things that I had to ask for them to correct along the way, but that was a smooth process. Alright, you know what? Maybe I take it back. Maybe Tiefling's had it too long.
You are tardy. Faster. For the glory of the god
I'm kidding.
Emperor.
That is good for you, though, that everything was, like, nice and easy.
The excise vault lies before
I can
you.
never let things be that
Deploy
easy.
the cipher.
Ads? Ah, you know what? Tief isn't subbed? Never mind.
This hive's got no soul.
I take it all back.
Graveyard without tombs.
There are open tombs everywhere. 10 million rotting bodies and more to come.
Let it be a martyr's fire, not a midden heat.
Felt safe and back. Welcome back, pup.
Think of the smell.
I was saying, you got a hold of Nero, right? Found out what I meant? It's 18-month baby. Yeah, that one.
Squalid or not, this is necessary. It shall
Dem,
be
post the
done.
making out emote if you have it. I don't know if you kept that one on your channel or not.
Once
Did?
you
Good.
have the blight samples, extract them via the pneumatic conveyor.
It sounded like you had.
Beware, chopper! God Emperor rewards us with ammo!
Yeah, the emote of us making out.
Anything that isn't one of us, look!
I don't know if you have it on your
The contagion
on your
samples
channel. I know you did for a little
are
while.
worth for the heretics to deploy.
I just don't remember if you got rid of it or not. I don't have it. Dang.
Round closing in. Stay alert.
And right now I have the Goon corner.
Till tomorrow.
God forbid I replace that with anything else. That'd be a tragedy.
Gun it,
Also, you know, kind of a mission. That does get in the way as well. But yeah, there's an emote of them making out. It's quite funny. Yeah, come to think of it, Dem, you've been so busy with like Demprity and Minecraft stuff. I haven't seen you in ages. It feels like. When are we gonna do something? Huh? Yeah, I miss you. Yeah. Free from ads? Hell yeah.
They can't stay in cover.
Yeah, we should do more stuff together. I have admittedly been like not super available, so that's partly on me, but
Proceed.
yeah, just saying. Gotta play more friend slot or something. Make time sometime next week. Okay. Can make it. Bet you are. can't rush with this team because they just die. I feel bad about this one. It wasn't as good. I think one of the toughest things that you have to deal with is you're dealing with a lot of like multicultural stuff. Like you're playing with people. Well, I mean, you are. You have contestants that are accurate from all over the globe, so you can't rely on like cultural stuff. Like you kind of can. I mean, American culture is pretty strong, but then it's like too easy because the type of stuff that gets everywhere is just like too generic. And then it's like, well, who cares, right? Like everyone.
Standards of the 53rd, you understand, but fine work all the same.
So you're kind of running into a tough spot. Also, your contestants aren't training for 10 years to prepare for this very moment in their life, like they do for, you know, some of the big game shows where people learn like general trivia, quote, you know, in quotation marks or parentheses, in parentheses, American. This is a little particular. Where the hell is this thing? Oh, here we go. Oh, you found it and I never saw it. 6-7 Tay emote win? Never.
You really are an embarrassment.
The canister is in place. Activate the device.
6-7. Please 6-7 Tay. I don't think so. How do you even make that an emote? That's a lot to fit in a little itty bitty emote. I guess tough. You get 6-7 Tay. People say we need a lot of things.
All viable samples. Adequate.
Clash Royale did it? Okay. Okay.
Return to the North Star.
I'm happy that Clash Royale did it.
And Knight Commander Duregor are not kept idle long.
Excellent. Tight. You hear that? Oh, curse you, man. Are you asleep again?
Listen, I have plenty of emotes worth subbing for, and you're still not subbed. So I don't know what to tell you.
The mute is no longer
Check DMs. Where? What is bro doing? Just have to make it. Brother, you cannot be going down like this. This is crazy. Move your stupid ass. Fucking go. mission's over.
Coming in!
Mission's over, let's go. Mission's over, let's go. Living. I'm just gonna make the Tay 6-7. Why would you do that to me, pup? Afflict me with that. What did I do? You said you'll have to make it. Presumably about the 670.
Has yielded unexpected results. Not only
Oh my god, I hate it.
of a virulent new strain of contagion, we have also located one of their staging areas. Located in the ruins of
It'll take 6 or 7 times. Shut up. We can get 2 or 3. Oh, just 3. Sorry, brain hurt. Looking at 3 screens. Why are you looking at 3 of them? Just look at 1. So that's crazy. That is 450. That's not even that much better. A 6-7 to emote trust. Oh, God. You say so. I can't promise that it'll make the cut into Twitch, but if you do, it will be on the Discord. I feel like that's just like an obligation I have if someone makes me. There's plenty of room in Discord. That's an interesting name he's got. Mayor of Flavor Town. I don't recall him being that big. Okay. Now, every time I look at Discord, I see that stupid emote. I'm going back to Pup's chat, where it doesn't hurt my brain to be. Okay. I'm tired. It's 11 o'clock. I'm going to send you guys somewhere else. Let's see.
I repeat, any launches without dual authorization will be targeted and destroyed.
Already? It's 11 o'clock. I've been here for like 4 hours or something. I'm attention deficit. Bro, I need to be seeing everything all at once. I see, I see. Okay, we have... Do we have? We have Metro Exodus. We have Heartopia. We have... Golf. We have... What else do we have? We have RE Village. We got Overwatch. The Occultist. That's a pretty decent horror game. I haven't actually seen all of it, but I have seen part of it. Okay. Out of those options, did anything just jump out at anybody? Did anyone want to watch anything there? Anything specific? Do not ask me to go over the list again. Don't you fucking dare. Want to watch Tay? But Tay wants to go to bed. Tay is tired. My throat hurts. I've been talking for like 4 hours.
Explicator Zola to present herself to me.
Yes, Mom. Working on it.
Want to watch Tay oil
I'll
up?
have a report in
What
at
the
the
heck?
earliest opportunity.
See that you do.
If only it was up to me.
Kaon? That's not an option. The options were Metro Exodus, Heartopia, Golf. more golf. Resident Evil Village, Overwatch, The Occultist. There's your options. And by golf, I mean Super Battle Golf. Golf. Okay. Let's see. Can we watch SpongeBob? No, we can't watch SpongeBob. That's against terms of service. I can't do that. Oh, golly. Sponge taste squares there. Oh my god. Oh, I was thinking, one of the names I had in my head for Femte would be Tame, T-A-Y-M, which sounds like something that you would expect, you know, basic white girl to come up with for her daughter. However, you know, the play on words with a Y, T-A-Y-M, Tame. But it sounds like tame, you know. So there's something going on there. I think it's a good name. Yeah. Should do like a Gartic phone stream. I think we have done it before. We got a bunch of people together for that. Would you like to see some of the art that came from it? Hold on. I'm gonna replace the Goon corner. It's on Christmas. Yeah. I don't know which ones I can show you. One of them was a bit too much. Okay, here we go. This was Eris. This was Eris being drawn, I guess, for some reason. I had a Goon corner. It's dead now. I replaced it with Eris with a fat cake, I guess. Oh, goodness.
It proceeds ahead of schedule.
Okay, there was that.
The Messiah is generous.
There was that. I don't know how that happened. I don't remember. Let's see. There was this one. I don't remember what that was supposed to be either. Let's see. There was this abomination. I don't... Fucking Among Us. Like, what? I think that was it for the Gartic phone. There was one other, but it has a really big drawing of a penis on it. It's just a bit, it's a bit icky. It's a bit gross. Let's see, what else happened around then? Oh, everyone look at Leah. Everyone look at Leah. Everyone can just look at Leah. That's what she got for Christmas. I forgot who got it for her, but someone got it for her. I have no idea who the artist is offhand. I think that's their name in the bottom, but I have to grab it. Leah, I know. I should get her to get some like questionable, you know, not quite NSFW, but like on the edge. Ah, Rabbit Father. Okay, there you go. Some stuff like I had in my Goon corner, and I can just put her in the corner of my stream, and she can be the Goon corner for me, so I can have a girl in the Goon corner. You know, I feel like that would help my my numbers. Let's see. I just have a PNG of Tiefling here for some reason. Like, I just have this. I don't know why I have this. He's in my download folder. He's also legless. Poor bastard. Girls, I want to see men. Yeah, but you can see me. I'm right here. What else do I have? What else is in my download folder? Art-wise, anyway.
Sergeant Major Morrow,
look at Dem. Look at Dem. Dem is here.
Production of Mobian steel.
I agree, but we're running out of rejects today.
so big.
The heretics keep shooting them.
Nom nom nom. I just I commissioned another one of these for somebody just recently. I need to make a note of something before I forget. It is Bugbug's the artist. Spelled. Actually, I'll just keep the link. I can get that pretty quick. You guys are getting what you wanted. I'm just hanging out now. All right, let's go back to chatting. Fine. I have a year away. It's not like I have to do anything tomorrow. That much is true. We chat. Yeah, I guess you did. Although I lost my little picture. Don't know where that went. It's okay. Let's get Dem back in here. Oh my god, he's massive. Don't worry, it won't be for too much longer. That's not what I... That was Wendigoon. I hit play on my keyboard and I fucking hear Wendigoon. It's not what I signed up for. Massive, yeah. A picture of Tay that I kiss every night before bed. Do you? Let's see. Oh, I have these. Sora's pixel converter. Very cute. My download folder is also Tay, but I don't kiss it every night. Fix Tay, yeah. Fake fan? That's crazy. Listen, guys, if you don't buy my body pillow, are you really a fan? I mean, my entire like vibe and aesthetic is sad boy pop. Like I feel like that's become my thing now. I vibe with sad boy pop way too much. And it's me. It's just me for real, for real. You go into it, you just don't kiss it. Oh, except that's gay. It's fair. Since getting over it with Tay. You literally weren't even there for that, Deb. There was one person there for that, and they don't watch me much these days. They're busy. Busy with stuffs. Another peak meme that nobody has seen. You watch the VOD? Okay, fair. Do you like my crash outs? I crashed out a lot. Let's see, what else do I have? We got Dem. We just have Dem. I'll get Tay head any day. Oh, thank you. Hold on. I have to see what this is before I open it up for you guys. Hi, Nero. What's up? Oh my god, hi, Bo. We're going through my download folder right now. I don't know why. At this point, I'm just filling time. Are you doing Tuesday? Nothing yet. Why? What do you want to do? Oh, you just missed it, Bo. I'll show you this again because it's actually pretty good. Hey, look, Nero. It's Pop. Look, it's Nero. That looks cool. Yeah. There's a little pixel converter tool that someone posted. I was like, oh yeah, let me check that out. So I made a few little things. This one was pretty neat. Tuesday's your birthday. Okay, what do you want to do? Want to play a game? Okay, what game? What game do you want to play, Neuro? See, I don't think I have. Okay, I don't think there's anything else in this folder. Let's go see what else I have. I have a memes folder. I have this. Tief, do you remember this? Do you recall this event? He's going Ultra Instinct. I was going crazy. Oh god, that was crazy. I don't know what you did, but it was pretty great. Oh right. Some of you probably haven't seen the clip of me basically quoting this or paraphrasing this. This is the original meme though, for anyone who has seen it. Going down Gmod game modes would be fun. It's so much work though. I could not prepare for that by Tuesday. If you want to do Gmod, Nero, you let me know, but it is work and I would have to set it up. It would be involved. Happy to do it for you, but I don't think I could do it by Tuesday. And like be sure that I have it ready for you and like everything's reasonably tested. Because Gmod is so fucky. Last time I think I planned like a month out in advance and it was still kind of a mess on the technical side because like I just couldn't test things. Yeah, like a server. But we could do something like that sometime. We've done it before. We got like 15, 20 people. We played sled, like the sledding game mode. We did prop hunt. Prop hunt was great. Prop hunt went really well. It wasn't perfect, but it was really good. Death run was pretty good too once we got it sorted out. Oopie Loki all play Roblox. It depends on how long you want to do it for. I don't know how much content Roblox really has for us. Like you're going to a point where like I've never been there. Let's see what else is here. Oh, there's Taillight Sparkle. Got a list. Okay. Just don't make me play Dress to Impress. I will scream. Dem did make this. My masterpiece. Yes. Dem's piece de resistance. All right, there. What else do we have? We got the potion. What if I have EST? I don't know if I could be there on time, but I could be there like soon after. Sorry, guys. I'm horny posting. Horny Tay. Yeah, very horny. That was a good one. I'm proud of that. Cinco de Mayo is that explains a lot about Nero, I feel like. Oh, yeah, we have this too. Another thing I was proud of and no one really seemed to care about. Maybe kind of sad. A little bit sad. But you know. What else do I have? I just have art otherwise, which I assume you all have seen all the official art. Ooh. Ooh, you're announcing it then. Oh dear. Oh my. What's in my server? I know you saw it, Dem. I can't wear that pin. Where's Tay Lovers of Texas? What do you mean? You're saying you're not American? Oh, I drew this. I drew this. Oh my god, it's so massive. Hold on. Sorry guys, it's so big. Pup would be proud of me. I drew this with my own hands. Like purely. Every little detail. I drew it. It's me. It's mine. What is that? That's a horn. This is my horn. Don't you like it? Don't you like my horn? What are you talking about? What do you mean? What are you talking about? What do you mean? It's got a what? It's got a vein? No, of course not. Of course not. No, I would never. What, come on. I mean, really. Who would do such a thing? Why is my horn dripping? Don't worry about that. It's just a little extra fluid. It's fine. It's fine. It's safe. Look at a Milky Way bar. It's got a vein. Oh, so it's not a horn. No, it's a horn. It's a horn just drawn to look a certain kind of way. No, it's supposed to be my horn, but I took some creative liberties to make it funny. Pup is so lost. It really is. It is my horn. I just intentionally, you know, just a little bit. Yeah. We can low-key pile 8 people into a DVD lobby now. W. Tay Hawk. Okay. I feel so bad for Sai. I've made 2 clips of this now. He's gonna have to like figure out how to put this together. But it's gonna be worth the bit. 100% it's gonna be worth it. But it's gonna be a lot of work for him. Poor guy. Nero approved. But yeah, I saw a vision in my head. I'm like, I know exactly what I need to draw. Like, I know what it has to look like, and I don't think anyone else can do it right. So I have to just do it myself. And it came out okay. I'm not much of an artist though. I get carpal tunnel pretty badly, pretty quickly. Oh, I have some fan art you guys probably haven't seen because I don't use it as much because it's someone got it for me. It's a little like weird to use it for all your stuffs. Here's me bread. I'm getting bread. A few different versions of it. Very cute. Okay, after I'm done. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh wait, here you go. Here's a really good one. Croissant made this. For those of you who know who Croissant is, he's the one who makes stuff in like Google Drive or not Drive, Google Sheets. Or is it Sheets? I don't know. Whatever the presentation thing is, he makes stuff with that, and I guess probably Paint at times too. But like, yeah, it's really good. He also made this, which is great. This one, and let's see what else. This one. Yeah, I think it was Google Slides. There you go. I don't think I've ever used it. So, oh god, I'm far too large. Eris made this. Me chewing on a little battery. Nero, I literally can't do that. I have neighbors sleeping above me. Nero, I can't do that. I physically can't do that. You asked way too late in the day. If it was 7 o'clock, I could maybe like semi do it, but even then I wouldn't want the cops to get called because someone thinks I broke my leg. I'm pretty sure my neighbors are aware I live alone, so they would be very concerned. Plan B then. I'm gonna reject that one for you so you can do it again. Six, 7. There you go. Oh, Eris also made this one. I have my own custom monster flavor. I'd be all about that. The Teok. What does it taste like? Purple. Purple with a hint of blue. What else would it taste like? A little bit of grape. Yeah, a little bit of grape in there, maybe. A little bit of purple. Grimace shake, but Tay flavored. The Tay shake. Mac made this one. A little silly Tay in the maid outfit. Oh, Dem's gonna miss it. That's unfortunate. Anyway, Dem commissioned this for us. I will say one thing I'm sad about with changing like my design up is, especially with how much I've changed it, the old art, it's not really like consistent with the branding. So I try to avoid using it now, but like some of it was so good. Oh my god, make out already? Okay. Give me 1 second. Just give me a second. Gosh. 1 moment. We have that one. And we have this one. Okay. And then let me go find it. Some. Okay. And then we have this one. So yeah, we do make out. It's literally one of the first interactions that I had with them that like really cemented our friendship was where this came from. And it was basically we were hanging out with some people, you know, doing the thing. And one of the people we were streaming with was like very what's the word? Like say so? I guess that would be the word. My avatars are slightly off and it's bothering me. Okay, I fixed it. They're very like say so, family friendly, that type of thing. So me and Dem had to hold back on like our inappropriate banter and whatnot. And the moment they left the Discord call, Dem goes to me and immediately says, "So you want to make out?" It was really funny. And so I got that made. It was worth every penny. There we go. There's the no background version. There's a few other things we have where we're both in the art. Oh my god. OBS just like died as I loaded it. That's crazy. It's a huge piece of art. Holy shit. I'm working on it, guys. Don't worry. Get there eventually. Frisky's also in this one. That being in front of the Rusgoon chair? It was, yes. Yes, there's a clip out there somewhere. You cracked your back and it felt so good. Pup's practicing for when he finally meets that big buff man. Yes. This was Ryasu, I think. Let me look again. No, Yotogama, sorry. Ryasu made the other landscape art I got. Yotogama also made this one. Which came out like really good. Again, I'm going to be really sad when I do change my design up. I think the current version I have going to the next version won't be nearly as like severe. So I think it'll be okay to keep using stuff, but it'll still be a little off. So I'll have to get a bunch of new art stuff to try and like fill stuff out. At least kind of offset it. Because I'm hoping the next one will be like more of like a 2.5. I might call it 3.0 just for hype reasons, but it'll basically be more like a major iteration, not like a major overhaul. Let's see. I don't think I have any other art you guys haven't like. Either you've seen it or it's in the Discord art channel and you can just go look. It's also on the website. I don't know how many people know that. The Tales Are Hard has all of the art. Most of it in full res. Like it's all there. You know, if anyone wanted to make memes or anything, it's all available. Very available. Obviously, like, you know, be respectful and everything. But, you know, if you want to make a funny little haha, feel free. Oh, here's one that people probably haven't seen a lot. This was by Ziarmi. Ziarmi? I'm not sure how they pronounce it. But really cool. Very, very aesthetic. What inspired this model? A lot of things. Nikkei was a pretty big inspiration for certain like particular aspects of the outfit, like some of the armor pieces and whatnot. Um, I would say Darling in the Franxx, Evangelion, stuff like that for like the bodysuit, things like that. The a lot of the outfits actually just come straight from like regular clothing. Like I just found particular clothing and I described what I would change about it. Um, Other just like general anime references here and there that just kind of led me towards things. The horns actually are probably the one thing that I'm looking forward to changing the most with the update. I can just tell you what I want there. Is I just want them to be pointier. Like here, watch this. If I go over to the other horns, they're more pointed. I would like for the baseline ones to be more pointed as well. It won't. You probably will hardly notice the difference, but I will. Um, I want the horns to basically be just like the Darling and the Franxx horns for both. I take that back. I'm not going to spoil anything for anyone. But Zero Two has horns and something like that. Let's say that. That's not a spoiler. There's other spoilers, but I won't spoil those. But that's like the core inspiration for the horns, as well as like certain details on the other pieces. Trying to remember, I don't know where I got the idea for the light up bodysuit. I don't think I got it anywhere. I think I remembered because I just had like the colored accents on the original model, and they lit up because I just wanted like lighting, and my artist just went ahead and did that, and I was like, what if I could just make it any color? That'd be awesome. Like I know I have the tools to make like the RGB and things like that work. Why don't we just do that? So we did, and that's how I got that. I can't remember where I saw the gloves, but I think they were just like a techwear piece. Um, the pants I just made that up. I'm sure I've seen something like it, but I'm pretty sure it was kind of just a yeah. I mean, pants with a thigh window. Hell yeah. Um, I think the most like direct inspiration was definitely the boots. Those are from Snow White from Nikkei. I do want to change them a bit as well with the next update, but one thing at a time, and we'll get there in due time. I think you guys will like it all. I'm getting the design down more and more, like narrowing it down. So hopefully by the time I'm like, yeah, I'm pretty much done, it'll just be outfits from there, and that'll be a lot of fun. Yeah. I can see that, Teeth. Yours being from Tron, 100%. I believe it. Let's see if there's any other art you guys probably haven't actually like seen out in the wild. Design is peak. Well, you've seen Pup. You've seen the stuffs. Some of the concepts so far. Oh, here's one you guys probably haven't seen. Me and Frisky. I think I annoyed him today because he was trying to talk to me. He was at work. I was working. And I was working on something else at the same time. Like that I had to do right then and there. And then he was trying to talk to me, and I was like, I need to I need to focus. I think something else came up though. You like the smug one you were saying, Teef? Let me find it. It's in here somewhere. Here, Yuma. Oh, that's the big one. There we go. This one did really well. I put it in a YouTube thumbnail, and it did a lot of work for me. It's just really smug. I think the smugness like pays off really well. Having art be of an outdated design. Yeah. Yeah. That's what I was saying. Like, I'm happy that I'm just narrowing it down, and it looks like I just changed my outfit as opposed to completely changing who I am. Who's the artist? Yuma. Let me see if I can find him real quick for you. Okay, that wasn't as easy as I hoped it would be. But you know, if you go to my card and you open up the artist list and you click on an artist's name, you can go directly to their page. Did you know you can do that? And that's exactly what I'm going to go do. And then I'm going to send you the link. But I didn't want to change anything much when going from PNG to live. Yeah, I see that. 100%. Especially when you can't just afford to go like hire 20 people to do art, because that's very expensive. Yeah, I get it. 100%. Okay, Nero wanted me to read this. I forgot for a minute there. All right. I want to be in the woods, furiously masturbating. Above my head circles a remote-controlled drone. The operator is over 500 miles away. Also, furiously masturbating. As we both simultaneously reach climax, he launches a hellfire missile, instantly incinerating me. I hope you liked it. Hope that was everything that you believed it would be, Nero. Because I'm not reading it again. And if you want a clip it yourself. No, they only draw girls. They drew me, so you might be feminine enough for them. You can always shoot them a message. I fear that Nero is already gone and is not going to clip it. You'll ask him. That's fair. Nero evaporated. Yeah, right? Like, asked for a script, couldn't wait 10 minutes. Shaking my head. Okay. All right, let's see. Do I have anything else to show you? I mean, everything else you guys have definitely seen already. Or at least you should have. If you haven't, then I'm... Oh, here. Cursed Tay. You may not have seen that. That is something that isn't easily accessible. It's a secret. Need a South Park Tay. I don't really want that. I'll be honest. I've never liked the South Park style. So you can do that if you want, but I'm not really into it. Need more Tay Mpreg? Oh my god. Family Guy Tay. I don't know what the hell that would look like. That sounds cursed. Let's see. What else do I have? Maybe. I'm just looking through like my references folders and things like that to see if there's anything cool that you guys would actually be interested in seeing. There's some just like general art, but it's stuff that if you went and looked for, you know, android cyborgs, that sort of thing, you'd see it. E-bussy? 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 Y'all want to get in the e-bussy? Does that sound appealing? Do you guys want to you guys want to get in the e-bussy? Pup, you might have been too young for this. You might not know about the e-bussy. I'm not kidding. That is the name of the vehicle. That is how it is spelled. It's supposed to be said bussy, like buses. But obviously, on contact with the internet, everyone reinterpreted it. This is the e-bussy. Do you like my e-bussy, pup? Do you want to get inside the e-bussy? Maybe too young for that. Yeah, a car company unironically tried to release a product and call it the e-bussy. And then the entire internet made fun of it for, you know, e-bussy. But yeah, I put Astolfo in it. This is mine. I made this. Don't let anyone lie to you. What is this? Oh yeah, Midori sent me this. God, they made fun of it. It's great. Plug. Tay, yeah? Would that not electrocute you? I'm a cyborg. Where do you think that goes? Goes into the port on my lower back. You know, where the tail goes? Yeah, exactly. It just plugs in. Oh, you guys thought, oh, you're freaks. No. Of course not. Let's see. Giant Tay. What about oral charging? We don't do that here. I had one bad experience, and that was it. Never did it since. Just didn't work out. I don't know who used the port before me, but that thing was gross. Oh yeah. This is one that I feel like I don't get to show this one off enough. But it's really good. Very cute. Imagine if Tay was actually cute. Wouldn't that be crazy? Who would ever do such a thing? Haven't seen this one as much. I put it on my schedule quite a few times, but like I don't have a ton of like situations where it was viable to throw it on something. The problem is it's cut off at the bottom and the side, so it has to go on this side of something. And that's a hard thing to do. It's not impossible. but it makes it more difficult compared to the ones that stand alone. What else do I have? I got hi Rad. Welcome, welcome Raider. Raiders, how are you? What are you doing? In the zombie apocalypse, do you think you'd survive long? I don't know, pup. I don't know. I think if I had the tools, so surviving the zombie apocalypse, 90% of it is about having things at your disposal immediately. Right? That's 90% of it. Yeah, which zombies? That's a good question. But assuming the zombies are a problem, I'm going to go with the theory of like a rage virus kind of thing, where at the beginning they're fast and they're a little more deadly, and then after like, you know, after about a week they all start to slow down, and then if within like a month they're like really slow. Both the zombies are actually idols and sing and dance. That's an anime. Walking Dead, not Train to Busan. Walking Dead, I mean, so Walking Dead, unless I'm mistaken, you do have to die to become a zombie in Walking Dead. People didn't just suddenly zombify. Hope stream was good. Stream was pretty good. Oh, Leah, I was saying earlier, we need to get art of you, but like this, but like this, something like this, something suggestive like this, just so I can put it in the corner of my stream and just leave it there. You can be the goon corner. You want to be the goon corner, Leah? On bite or natural death they turn. I see. Sure, awesome. Because space fungus. Do you have anything like that already, Leah? Or would this be new? Or the whole series in a sitting? Kinda? What do you mean kinda? What does that mean? That's a... Let me get out of bed. Okay. 5 days. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, if it's Walking Dead zombies, I don't think it would be that challenging. The thing is, I feel like the Walking Dead zombies are just kind of like weirdly overpowered in a way. Like I feel like things were just like way worse in The Walking Dead than they really should have ever been if the zombies were like that. You know what I mean? So you can go back to bed. Well, yeah, I'm a little worried. You've been sleeping like a lot. Please make sure you're okay and taking care of yourself. Coral. They're stealing our walkers, Coral. 6 a.m. Confusion and chaos was the real killer. I don't know. I feel like that's a bit eh. Hi, Hollowed Honk. Welcome in. And the people who wanted to take advantage of the situation. I don't know. I still feel like it's just kind of unbelievable that it got as bad as it did. Like, societal collapse, yes. But the fact that so many potential barriers failed, the odds of that occurring are basically zero. Where everyone basically just fails to act. Things would have been solved if Rick bucked up and started leaving a trail of corpses. Yeah, right? Rick was such a little wuss about everything. But so is like a lot of people. So it's like, And I don't know, it just seems like a lot of people chose not to do anything is basically where it all comes from. And then it's like, okay, but like, is that really what would happen? No, not really. Because there's too many incentives to do something about it. Full Negan spinoff. Yeah, I mean, at a certain point, I did stop watching The Walking Dead, personally. I see. I don't think I can show that, unfortunately, Leah. I think that's too far. Need a take gotcha system so I can gamble. That's literally what the daily is. It's a gotcha. It's a daily gotcha for free, but like, that's what it is. It's about all I have at the moment. We'll fix that. We'll get that fixed up. Don't you worry. Send me your ref sheet when you have a moment. We'll get that sorted. First RE8 puzzle and confusion. Automod. Now ad jail. Brad's getting cooked tonight. Everyone get the marshmallows out. It gotcha system I can redeem multiple. Oh, okay. Well, I don't know what to tell you. That would be tough to implement. I think anyway. Because the daily, you see, the daily pup can win you like a free gift sub or free merch, and that is like expensive for me if people can just keep redeeming it. So I wouldn't want to do that. What would you want? What would you want in the gotcha system? What do you want to roll for? I'm genuinely curious. I would love to know. Because even if I don't make a gotcha system, I could at least like use that for something else. Knowing what people want is very helpful. Okay, let me get a different piece of art up here. This one's good. Fear the Walking Dead had the right idea. Just get a rich person's boat and befriend an ex-cartel member to torture. What? What are you on about? You sound like you're crazy. Maybe just Tay dancing. He's just vibing. Yeah. But a lot of people really like this one. Back under your blankets. Like those little collectibles kind of thing. Oh, I see. Like little like maybe like little keychains or something like that you get a little picture of or something. Maybe like little cards. That'd be cool. It'd be a lot of work for me to set up though. But not a bad idea. I don't hate it. All right. Man, Spotify got loud. Oh, it's ghost data. That's why. All right. I do really need to go to bed, though. It is midnight. We're going to find somebody. I know we said something earlier. I don't remember what we said. I think we said golf. Golf. So we're gonna do golf. The end is nigh. Apparently Suka is involved in Mommy Milker 420 VT's community night, and that's what we're gonna raid into. Get the tablet. Oh my god. Why was it Goon Corner and why was I the topic? I just wanted to put you in the Goon Corner. Is that okay? Am I allowed to do that? I just chose you. All right. thank you all for being here. Thank you for entertaining my yapping. I think we spent like, I don't know, 80% of the stream talking. 90, really, it was 90%. And then like 10% actually playing the game. But I had a lot of fun. I really enjoyed this. I hope you guys liked it as well. And yeah, enjoy hanging out with Suka. Make sure to say hi. Be nice. I'm sure you all will be. You guys are lovely. Have a great night, everybody, and bye.